Okay. All right, I should be on. Don't have my headphones, but it looks like my mic is working. Let's go with captions, right? Yep. Yep, we got somebody in here. Chat. UB, what's up, UB? You are first, buddy. You are first. All right, let me find something to put on here. Get rid of that. Don't need that anymore. I'm just going to play my music, I guess, to have something going on in the background until we talk about things. Come on, don't get slow now. You did beat the crowd, maybe.
Travel through time, the second stands for simple, the description of our minds. The R is for the reality that we escape when we get high. The I is for the infinite darkness I found in those empty eyes. Those SSRIs. Those SSRIs. No matter the diagnosed depression, even if you turn to
You
manic,
got a couple people
I'll
coming
choose
in.
one of your personalities and we can create some magic in the Olympics of victimhood. We play the games without any cares. I found my
Way
participation
over the
trophy in the
volume.
middle of that heartless stare. When it's
that
time
one.
for medications, you can share yours and I'll share mine. We can drift away from the world around us, looking into each other. Those SSRIs. Those SSRIs.
What's really loud, Yui? Let me know.
And when Antifa calls our numbers,
Does that help?
and we're choosing our disguise, be sure to cover everything but those.
Is that volume a little better there, Yui?
'Cause that's how we travel through time. The second stands for simple, the description of our minds. The R is for the reality that we escape when we get high. The I is for the infinite darkness I found in those empty.
Yeah, I start with my headphones on, but they make my ears itch, so I'm not going to do that right now. It's much better. Okay, cool. Hey, Britt. Hey, Share Bear. Hey, everybody. Glad you guys are coming on over here. We'll get some people in here. We'll figure out. You guys tell me what you want to talk about. I've been kind of focused on our weather all day today. I'm sure you guys don't want to hear about that anymore. Yeah, I thought I fixed that. Hopefully I fixed that now. Yes, guys, please click the clicky things. That would be awesome. Stop chatting, Jer Bear. I'm number one. You guys are funny. I'm still curious as to whether you guys sleep or not. You guys are always on our late night chats. Sometimes I think you guys sleep less than I do. That keeps flashing here. This guy. You mean this guy, right? You're talking to text, I'm guessing. Weatherbug says the nearest strike was a mile away. Yeah, it must have moved your way because we're not getting it here anymore. But right when it stopped here, you said it started again at your place. It must have moved over that way. So apparently you guys do want to talk about the weather. It's crazy. Like I said, if you're in the Midwest, it wouldn't be a big deal. But out here, it kind of is. I'm going to go to bed here in about 10 minutes. Hey, Maynard, old man. Long time no see. I haven't seen you in my chat in a while. Welcome, welcome. No sleep for the wicked. Correct. Yeah, I wonder. I'm going to look here. You guys will excuse me a second. I'm going to look and see if I can find my old videos, unless they got erased. I can't even find my pictures on my page. Photos. Very funny. Photos, videos, your photos, album. Trying to see if I can find old videos, guys. But I don't know where I would find them. Facebook sucks anymore. Damn it. Let's see, albums, maybe? Right for the videos, more. Photos of your photos. Man, Facebook just sucks anymore. Can't even find things on it. I can't even get the videos. I don't even know how to find videos. Photos. Reels. I don't know what's real. Check-ins. Yeah, guys, I don't even know how to get to my videos on Facebook anymore. I don't think they let you keep them. Do they get rid of all of them now? Photos, reels. Excuse me. No, they took back, let's see anything like that. That's some easy, go to bed, be angry, shoot. Yeah, I don't know if I'm missing something or what, guys, but I can't even find my videos on Facebook anymore. Reels, marketplace, groups, gaming,
Antifa is just an idea.
home.
Well,
Yeah, I think it got rid of all the
certainly bought into
videos.
that idea, didn't you? Thinking you're some kind of special, fighting the system and
Meta
stuff.
AI,
and things.
friends, memories, save, groups, reels, marketplace,
I
feeds.
wonder when y'all are gonna finally realize
Is
that you're
reels
just
videos?
being
It's the
used.
same thing? I don't think so. These are not my reels. So okay, that's not what I'm looking for.
The government told us to wear a mask. You were
Yeah, this is dumb.
I
I don't like Facebook anymore.
Yours is to cover your shame. If you truly believe in what you were screaming, you'd be saying it loud and proud. But you can't stand alone, you're part of the hive, always hiding in the crowd. Yeah. You're always playing the victim card in your eternal quest for sympathy.
All right. Unless I'm just completely missing something, there's no way of retrieving my old video. I wonder if I go to somebody else's with old Facebook photos, videos, notes, with photos. See, I don't see any videos on that either, and I know I have videos on those. Can you be? How rebellious can you be?
Wearing that standard issue, all black uniform. How
Yeah, it's crooked.
rebellious
We don't want
can
to
you
watch that.
be? They've sold you on a purpose. Tell you there's value in your hate. But to them, you're all just useful idiots. They don't care.
Yeah, it
about
like,
your fate.
yeah, fuck Facebook. I'm not doing that no more. I can't find shit. Angry, the chat's over your face. Yeah, that's all right. I don't need to see it. Let's see. Smash the like button. Yes, please. Wake up, QB. Bless you, Andy. Thank you. Yeah, I put the chat over my face. I don't care. You guys can read it. I can turn it off the screen. Trying to find something to put on the screen here. Something interesting. Let's see what I got on my anything interesting in my YouTube feed here. Wax life updates. Oh, here's one. You guys seemed to like this last time I played it. Let me switch over here. We can watch this. Let me turn this off. We'll come over here and we'll review a video. How about that, guys? We'll review a dad bod video. You guys seemed to like that last time I did it. I have not seen this video yet. So we'll check this out. You guys tell me if it's too loud or whatnot.
Let me ask you something. When did Common Sense become a discontinued product? Because at some point between rotary phones and refrigerators needing software updates, society apparently looked around and said, you know what we don't need anymore? Basic judgment. And then everybody nodded like that was a good plan.
Not a great plan.
Now, before anybody gets defensive, this is not a speech about how everything was better back in our day. Everything was not better. Our childhood had ashtrays in restaurants, station wagons with rear-facing death benches, and playground equipment that looked like it was designed by a prison architect with unresolved anger. So no, the past was not perfect.
Okay, guys, like I said, I know a lot of my chat are Gen X. So let me find what I'm trying to say here. Where'd it go? I lost it. I lost it. All right, we'll start again.
Let
And
me
I'll
ask you
stop
something.
it when you
When
say.
did common sense become a discontinued product? Or basic judgment? And then everybody nodded like that was a good plan.
Not a great plan.
Now, before anybody gets defensive, this is not a speech about how everything was better back in our day. Everything was not better. Our childhood had ashtrays in restaurants, station wagons with rear.
There we go. That's what I'm trying to point out. So this right here, guys, backwards facing station wagon seats. Tell me if you rode in those as a kid, and tell me how much you missed them. I really loved it. We had a couple wagons with some rear facing seats. So my godfather, who had family in West Virginia, and of course, back in the day, there were no freeways going through West Virginia, it felt like. So we're driving through hills and hollers and whatnot, and we had a Econoline van, like a 60s shaggin' wagon style Econoline van. And no windows in the back or nothing. He was in a band, so it was his band's transport van. And they used to shove 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 of us kids in the back of this van. And he got a kick out of driving through West Virginia switchbacks and all that, tossing us around the back of the van and laughing his ass off about it. So when we got to ride around in station wagons that had actual seats in them, it was way more comfortable. So let me know in the chat if you had backwards facing seats growing up and if you liked them.
Facing death benches and playground equipment that looked like it was designed by a prison architect with unresolved anger. So no, the past was not perfect. Past had its own set of problems.
True enough.
But it also had something modern life keeps trying to remove. Consequences. Immediate consequences. Educational consequences.
Call the fire department.
Yes, this is what I like to say. In my day, in our day, stupid hurt. When you were dumb, you paid for it, usually painfully. Stupid hurt. Nowadays, stupid is rewarded.
From outside the house.
Consequences that arrive without a parent conference, a support animal, or a downloadable worksheet called Processing My Gravel Injury. Gen X didn't learn common sense from a seminar. There was no laminated guide called Critical Thinking for Feral Children. We learned common sense the old-fashioned way, by doing something dumb and discovering that reality had excellent follow-through.
If I get bit by a rattlesnake, wouldn't you guys have some questions? Did you not see it? Were you with it?
Hot stove, lesson. Bike ramp made out of plywood and hope, lesson. Was
Done
blood.
that.
First blast of hose water in August, lesson that tasted like molten garden hose and municipal regret. Opening your mouth around the wrong adult, advanced placement lesson.
That's my spirit animal. Clint Eastwood in Gran Turismo. That's my spirit animal. I think I'd throw up if I rode like that now. Oh, in the back seat? Yeah, I like to see where I'm going, not where I've been. So yeah, I'm a forward-facing kind of guy. But just for nostalgia's sake, I would sit in the back seat again.
That was our education. Not gentle, not modern, not recommended by pediatricians wearing quarter zips on daytime television, but effective. We grew up understanding that the world did not pause because we were confused.
Oh,
It
click.
didn't
That's one of
provide
my
a
favorite
tutorial.
movies.
It didn't ask if we are emotionally ready to continue. The world said, figure it out, idiot. Rude? Yes. Efficient? Absolutely.
Those were the days.
Now we look around and see people needing instructions for things our generation figured out through survival, observation, and mild trauma. Don't put metal in a microwave. Don't touch the glowing red thingy. Don't stand behind a moving vehicle. Don't stand in front of one either. Don't take medical advice from a person whose main qualification is abs
Yeah, let me
and a
play
ring
that
light.
again for the ICE protesters in the
Behind a
back.
moving vehicle. Don't stand in front of one either. Don't take medical advice red thingy. Don't stand behind a moving vehicle. Don't stand in front of one either. Don't take medical advice from a
That I had to play over and over again for any ICE protesters watching. Don't stand behind a moving vehicle, and don't stand in front of one either. Duh.
person whose main qualification is abs and a ring light. Some of this should not require a task force, but here we are. Somewhere along the way, common sense got replaced by warning labels, apps, influencers, customer service chats, and people asking the internet questions that used to be answered by looking at the object for 6 seconds. I'm the Dad Bod veteran, and this is All Things Gen X.
Yeah, he's talking about warning labels. Are you guys old enough to remember when the first warning labels came out on McDonald's coffee cups? And we all thought that was absolutely ridiculous. We all thought this is the dumbest thing. If you have to get warned that coffee is hot, then Darwin theory, survival of the fittest kind of shit going on there. But nowadays, they literally put warning labels on everything. And working in the construction trade, it's even more evident how stupid people can be, because OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Association, they're in charge of making sure everything's kosher, everything's safe on a job site. And some of the things they make you do are absolutely ridiculous. And it makes you stop and think, who was the idiot that messed this up so bad that they had to make a rule about it? That's the thing. Like, who's the idiot that kept burning themselves with hot coffee? Who's the idiot that didn't realize that coffee was hot so many times that they had to put a warning label on the shit? How many times did somebody set up a ladder improperly and fall off it before they had to have OSHA rules on how you could set up a ladder? It's kind of disheartening. It gives you little faith in humanity.
And today we're talking about the death of common sense. Not because Gen X is perfect. Please, we still own mystery cables from 2004.
When you need it and don't have it, you sing a different tune.
But because we may be one of the last generations that remember when thinking for yourself was not considered an advanced survival skill. You see, common sense was never really taught directly. Nobody sat us down in 5th grade and said, today we're going to begin our formal education in not making everything worse. Although honestly, that would have been more useful than a square dancing class. And yes, that was a real class for us.
It was perfect.
Common sense came from exposure. It came from being allowed to bump into life. If you ran on gravel, you fell. If you jumped from too high, your ankles filed a complaint. If you forgot your jacket, you were cold. Not.
And what did we call this, boys and girls? What was this? The School of Hard Knocks. The School of Hard Knocks. Stupid hurt. And when you did it wrong, you paid for it. And you kept paying for it until you did it right. And that's how you learn. And then the next time, you did it right from the get-go. You did it right from the start, so you didn't end up hurt. That's common sense.
Validated. Cold. That was the lesson. And the lesson worked because nobody tried to negotiate with weather. Gen X grew up with the simple truth. Life is allowed to be uncomfortable. That sentence alone could shut half the internet down. Because now discomfort gets treated like a medical emergency. A kid gets bored for 30 seconds and an adult appears with a tablet, snacks, noise-canceling headphones, and a subscription service. Gen X got silence and a threat. If you're bored, I'll give you something to do.
It's late.
So we learned to solve boredom quickly. Tolerance matters. Because if every inconvenience feels like a crisis, you make terrible decisions.
Did anybody's that? My dad said that quite a few times. He said, if you don't find something for yourself to do, I will find something to do for you. And it was never fun. I would much rather pick my own something to do than have my dad pick it up.
Panic. You overreact. You call a frickin' meeting. And nothing good has ever started with, let's call a meeting. Consequences taught risk assessment. We learned how to look at something and ask, how badly could this go? Did we always answer correctly? Absolutely not. We are the same generation that looked at a homemade bike ramp and said, add speed.
Oh,
We learned that wet floors
I've done that
are
before. That
slippery.
hurts.
Dogs have boundaries. A car hood in July can cook thigh skin like breakfast meat. And if your mother said your full name, your trial has already been concluded. It's not fancy.
Right.
It's thousands of tiny interactions with reality that slowly build a working model of how not to make life harder than it already is. And Gen X got a lot of reps. Adults were close enough to prevent total disaster, usually, but far enough away that we had to make the decisions. When those decisions were stupid, life corrected us.
Yeah, I was a slow learner too, Hugh. I had to learn
Sometimes
everything
with
the hard way.
swelling. That's why Gen X gets so irritated by things that seem obvious. Not because we think we're geniuses. Again, box of mystery cables. But we do have pattern recognition. If a deal sounds too good to be true, there's probably a subscription hiding in the bushes. If someone says, trust me, without being asked, absolutely do not trust them. Common sense is not brilliance. It's the quiet little voice that says, maybe think for 2 seconds before turning this into everyone else's problems.
That would be great.
And for Gen X, that voice was built by consequences. But as life got more comfortable, more connected, and more protected, something changed. The world slowly started replacing judgment with instructions. Warning labels, they're not bad. I have to say that clearly before somebody in the comments starts breathing into their keyboard. Safety matters. We like seatbelts. We like smoke detectors. We like not being poisoned by products assembled in a warehouse by a guy named Earl who lost interest halfway through quality control. Safety is good. But somewhere along the way, warnings went from helpful to ridiculous. Gen X was born into a world where lawn darts were sold as family fun. Actual weighted metal spikes. Adults handed them to children and said, try to throw this near your cousin. Wholesome family entertainment. Society corrected that, which is a good thing. Maybe backyard javelin with Brian standing downrange was not civilization's finest hour, but then the corrections kept going. Now everything has a warning. Coffee, believe it or not, is hot.
No way.
Plastic bags, believe it or not, are not hats. You should not eat the silica packets. Don't iron your clothes while wearing them. I can't believe you have to say that. Don't use a hairdryer in the shower. Do not drink bleach. The fact that these warnings exist means so.
Am I the only one that sees these warnings and is like, WTF? The BMX bikes with the red plastic gas tanks? Yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately. But am I the only one that sees it like the silica gel thing? Who in the hell's like, oh, let me just put this in my mouth? That's so disgusting. What makes you? What makes somebody do something like that? Outside of the obvious answer, which would be drugs, but I don't understand. Like, I cannot think of a day where I would say the silica gel packet looks tasty.
Where somebody made a legal department sigh so hard a conference room lost oxygen.
What, risk a lawsuit? Are you crazy?
You buy a toaster now, and the manual reads like the toaster was previously involved in a hostage situation. Warning. Toast may be hot. Really. A machine whose entire job is heated bread might produce heat? Thank you. Geniuses. Again, warnings have a purpose. But when everything comes with a warning, your brain starts outsourcing judgment. Instead of asking, does this make sense? People start asking, did anyone specifically tell me not to?
There's no rule against that, is there?
No, guess there isn't.
That is dangerous. Because there will never be enough labels to cover every dumb possibility. Human creativity in the field of bad decisions is undefeated. If there is a way to misuse an object, someone will find it, film it vertically, add a trending sound, and call it content. Gen X grew up before every surface was padded by disclaimers. We had to infer danger from context. The sharp thing, you should probably be careful with that. The hot thing, probably be careful as well. The high thing, maybe don't jump unless you've calculated how much embarrassment your body can actually survive. Angry dad working on a car? Do not approach unless summoned.
I know what's wrong with it.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn.
You learn to read risk. And risk reading is a muscle. Use it and it gets stronger. Stop using it and it turns into a decorative throw pillow. Soft, expensive, useless when life gets weird. Modern life is full of outsourced thinking. GPS tells you where to go. Apps tell you what to eat. Reviews tell you what to buy. Algorithms tell you what to watch. Influencers tell you what you want, not because they're stupid, but because they're out of practice as well. That's what irritates Gen X. Not progress, because we can absolutely handle progress. We've changed formats more times than music storage. What worries us is watching people lose their ability to pause, observe, connect the dots, and make a practical decision without needing a flowchart, a support ticket, and a coupon code. Common sense requires judgment, and judgment requires practice. And practice usually involves small consequences. When a culture removes every consequence, it also removes some of the training. And when you remove training, you get adults who need a warning label on a ladder and still somehow make the ladder the victim.
So here's my thing. Not that you asked, but here's my thing. So I'm not big on medications, pills, doctors, hospitals, any of that stuff. And my wife and I have a disagreement about this. If my wife has pain or discomfort, she wants to take a medication. What's up, Doc G? She wants to take a medication to make that pain go away. And I understand that. I don't particularly enjoy pain myself. But I have a theory, and I've lived by this theory most of my life, and it's probably not the smartest theory, but this is how I think, is pain is there to tell you to stop doing something. If you have back pain and it hurts when you bend over, that's your body telling you don't bend over. If you've got foot pain and it hurts when you put weight on it, that's your body telling you for some reason to not put weight on it. Because that's how I was taught. I was taught pain tells you to stop doing something or don't do something again. And that's kind of what he's talking about. That's kind of a Gen X thing. The newer generations, they want to just make the pain go away or mask it or dull it or whatever. And this is not trying to sound like a tough guy thing or anything, but I was just taught that you have to embrace the pain, figure out what the pain is telling you, and learn from it. And if you numb yourself to where you feel no pain, then you're going to do stupid shit. Hence, people doing dumb stuff on drugs. Because when you take substances that dull your senses, then your body is not making decisions anymore, or you're not hearing those decisions. And you're doing stupid stuff. And this is why people on drugs hurt themselves and destroy themselves and whatever, because they don't have the sensation of pain to tell them to stop doing things. Pain meant pleasure. Well, we're not talking about kinky stuff, Huey. But to me, like I said, pain is the consequence of doing something you shouldn't be doing. And it's your body, or, you know, if you want to take it a step farther, it's God's way of telling you, hey, stop doing this, idiot. You know, your doctor, you know, it's the old joke, the doctor hits you on the knee or something. He says, does it hurt when you do this? Yes. Well, then don't do it. That's common sense. And I don't think, you know, much to the emphasis of this video, I don't think newer generations are taught that. I think take a salt tablet, rub dirt in it, and take a lap. Yeah, I've heard those too. But like I said, you know, the newer generations, they think pain and discomfort is the worst thing on the planet. Being uncomfortable is violence. Being uncomfortable is unfair. And I deserve to not be, you know, I deserve to always be comfortable. That's what the newer generations think. And we weren't taught that. We were taught that you do something dumb, you're going to be uncomfortable, and hopefully you're going to be so uncomfortable that you're not going to want to do it to yourself again.
Protection and preparation are not the same thing. Protection keeps you safe in the moment. Preparation teaches you how to stay safe when the instructions are missing, the app is frozen, and the only adult in the room is apparently you.
Oh man, that is way too much pressure!
That is when we find out who has judgment. And increasingly, Gen X looks around and says, great, it's us again. Which would be less annoying if convenience had not also spent the last 30 years turning basic problem solving into a subscription service. Because truthfully, convenience is wonderful. Let's not pretend Gen X hates convenience, because we love it. We just don't trust it. There's a big difference. We like online banking. We love GPS. We like streaming. We love ordering something at 11 p.m. and have it arrive before we finish emotionally processing why we bought it. That is incredible. But convenience has a cost. It can make people soft in places where they used to have a skill. Take GPS, for instance. GPS is absolutely amazing. Love it. A lot of people no longer know where they are.
I have no memory of this place.
They know where the blue dot is, but that's not the same thing. Gen X had to build mental maps. North, south, east, west, landmarks, gas stations, the weird water tower that looks like a peach in South Carolina. They say looks like a peach. The house with the big dog. The road where the pavement gets so bad your suspension files for emotional damage. Repairs change too. Gen X grew up around fixing. not expert fixing. Some repairs were just duct tape with confidence. But there was an assumption
Most
that if
repair.
something broke, you at least looked at it before replacing it. You just shook it, you tapped it, you opened the panel, you blew on it, you threatened it, and sometimes that worked.
Don't even try to take credit for that.
Which but it was real. Now everything is sealed, specialized, app controlled, and designed to make you feel like you're trespassing inside your own appliance.
I know exactly what you mean.
A washing machine used to have knobs. Now it has a motherboard, a personality disorder, and an error code that requires a 14-minute video made by a whispering man in his garage. Convenience turned repair into mystery. And mystery is expensive. Communication got convenient too. We used to call people, I know, it's crazy, with our voices. You know, like livestock. If you wanted to ask someone out, cancel plans,
livestock.
apologize, or find out if your friend was home, you had to speak to a human being and possibly their terrifying father.
What?
Awful. Yes. Useful? Also yes. It built communication muscles. Convenience gives us options. Too many options. Gen X remembers limited choices. 3 channels, 1 phone.
Does anybody else hear the cricket? There's a cricket in the background of his video. Can anybody else hear that? I thought it was here, and then no.
Whatever was in the fridge. Whatever movie was left at Blockbuster because somebody already rented the good ones.
Oh my god. This
Oh,
is like
now
a
it's
third
not
world
there.
country.
Now I feel crazy.
Limited choices, forced decisions. You picked something and lived with it. Modern life gives people endless choices and then wonder why everyone is anxious. Of course they're anxious. They're choosing a toothpaste like it's a moral identity. Sir, I just want my teeth to stay attached to my face. Why is that a lifestyle decision? Common sense works best when people are used to making decisions. Small decisions, daily decisions, imperfect decisions. But convenience removes that friction. And unfortunately,
again, the
friction is
cricket's
where the
back.
skills are built. Waiting teaches patience. Getting lost teaches orientation. Fixing teaches understanding. Calling teaches courage.
Well, that was fucking dreadful.
And being bored teaches imagination. Forgetting something teaches preparation. Having to figure it out teaches figuring it out. That's the part Gen X keeps trying to explain while everyone says we're just old, which may be true. But we're old with jumper cables, cash, a screwdriver, and the ability to survive without Wi-Fi long enough to remain useful. That has value. That's why.
Okay, here's a question. I want to make sure I'm not crazy on this. Like I said, I know I got Gen Xers in here, so Cindy said there's for sure a cricket. Good. Somebody else hears it too? Okay. She has bionic hearing. Yeah, I hear it too. And I thought it was here, so I had to turn the video off for a second. Anyways, thank you for telling me that I'm not crazy in this circumstance. Anyways, so speaking of us turning off, do any of you guys just turn your phone off for like a few weeks just to get some peace and quiet? I've done that. We use pay by the month phone service. I don't like phone contracts. I'm thoroughly against them. So we do the, pay in advance or pay as you go, whatever you want to call it, the no contract phone service. And every once in a while, I just won't pay it. Every once in a while, I'm like, you know what? I don't want to use my phone for a couple of weeks. So I'm just not going to pay the bill and let my phone go quiet. I mean, obviously I'm not a Neanderthal. I can still hook up to Wi-Fi and whatnot when I absolutely need to, but sometimes I like to just let my phone be dead for a while and enjoy life. You like the first time you do it, I'm going to see what happens if I just don't have a phone for a couple weeks. And then the next time you do it, you're like, I know what happens and I like it. I didn't say you weren't crazy. I said in this circumstance. I didn't say generally, Doc. I said just this. But yeah, let me know in the chat if you guys have ever just turned your phone off or something. Just said, I'm not going to have a phone for like a week, maybe 2 weeks.
Common sense,
like the
it's
old
such a
days.
nerve, because common sense is not really intelligence. Some very smart people have absolutely no common sense. None of my kids. We all know one. Okay, one of them. Common sense is
Oh yeah, let me comment on that, because this is something that bothers me all the time. Being smart and being intelligent are two different things. I know a lot of intelligent people that aren't smart. Smart means that you know things and you know how to navigate. Intelligence is the ability to learn. So if you have 170-point IQ, that means you learn things easily. You can retain information. You can recite it back. Usually teachers are intelligent. Professors, scientists, people that have to absorb information and then regurgitate it back out. That is intelligence. IQ is your intelligence quotient. I think quotient. It's your ability to absorb and retain knowledge. Being smart means you know what to do with that knowledge. Being smart means you can do things properly. You think about things, you problem solve, you process situations. That is being smart. Being intelligent is like book smart. Smart is being street smart. So that's the difference between being smart and being intelligent. I know a lot of people that are intelligent that are not smart. And I also know a lot of smart people that aren't exactly intelligent either. So you can definitely be one without the other. I tried 1 day a week. That sounds wonderful. I wish I could, but I have to have my ears on all the time in case my dad gets. Yeah, sometimes you can't. I get that. But I try to anytime I can. I'm not saying it's always that easy because life needs communication. But if you can and you get the opportunity, I recommend doing it. I recommend unplugging for a while.
Practical intelligence. It's judgment, timing, situational awareness, knowing when to speak, when to shut up, when to help, when to leave, and when to stop adding hot sauce because tomorrow is still coming. So hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, because this is the only place for Gen X nostalgia, culture, deep dives, and sarcasm born from watching society slowly forget how doors work. And I want to know in the comments, what's the most obvious common sense failure you've seen lately?
I have to make a comment on this. Sorry, guys. I'm interrupting and commenting because that's how I don't get a copyright strike. So you notice it says video not over, stay tuned, because he's saying stuff that usually you say at the end of a video. It made me think of something. I used to be a DJ in a KJF. A ritual at bars for a long time is when it's last call, the bartender lets you know, and then you say it over the microphone, and then you play closing time because that lets everybody know it's time to wrap up your night. It's time to go home. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I used to freak everybody out. I used to play closing time at 1:15 and watch everybody panic. And then everybody get confused, especially the people that were already drunk. Yeah, that was kind of my thing. If I played closing time at 1:15 and it confused the hell out of you, you did not realize it was a joke, you weren't allowed to drink anymore. You were cut off. That was the end of your drinking for that night. But that's funny because he does this in all his videos. He does his outro stuff in the middle of the video and has to put this video not over, stay tuned thing, and which I think it's unique and kind of funny. But it made me think about that, me playing closing time song before it was actual closing time just to mess with drunk people. That was fun.
Political stuff, don't want it. Not mean stuff, just that moment where you looked around and thought, how did this become complicated? Was it a parking lot, a grocery store, a workplace meeting, a school pickup line, a self-checkout situation that somehow turned into a hostage negotiation with produce? Drop it in the comments below. Let's build the largest unofficial archive of common sense leaving the building. A museum of avoidable decisions, a Smithsonian of who raised you. And honestly, that might be the public service America needs right now. And speaking of public service, today's episode is brought to you by Basic Judgment Depot. Basic Judgment Depot is the only fake retail store dedicated to helping adults recover the lost art of thinking 2 full seconds before making everybody's day worse.
That's impossible!
Are you tired of people walking grocery aisles sideways with their cart like they're defending a medieval bridge? Do you know someone who stops at the top of an escalator to figure it out while they're creating a human pileup behind them? Has a coworker ever hit reply to all so violently that IT considered evacuating the building? Then Basic Judgment Depot is here for you. Visit aisle 1 for situational awareness, now available in family size. Aisle 2 has our premium Read the Room kit. Perfect for anyone who starts a long story while everyone else is clearly trying to leave. And for a limited time, try our Common Sense Starter Pack, which includes 1 working flashlight, 1 roll of duct tape, one printed map, and one reminder that coffee is hot. And a small card that simply says, before you ask, look around. Now obviously, Basic Judgment Depot is a fake sponsor. But if you're a real sponsor trying to reach Gen X, this is exactly the audience you want. Because Gen X knows the difference between marketing nonsense and something useful. We don't buy products because someone danced beside them under purple lighting. We buy things because they work, last, solve a problem, and make life slightly less annoying. This audience has buying power. This audience has loyalty. This audience has jobs, houses, aging parents, adult kids, bad knees, a deep desire for products that do what they claim without requiring a firmware update during a thunderstorm. So real sponsors, reach out. Get access to Gen X before everyone else remembers we're holding society together with direct deposit, sarcasm, and a junk drawer full of adapters. Until then, Basic Judgment Depot. Because common sense may be rare now, but at least we can pretend it has a storefront. Now we have to talk about overprotection. And again, protecting kids is good. Nobody is arguing for the return of childhood roulette. We don't need metal slides hot enough to brand cattle. Some changes were actually good. Helmets are good. Seatbelts are good. Childproof medicine bottles are good, even if they now require the grip strength of a dock worker and the patience of a hostage negotiator. But protection becomes a problem when it removes all manageable risk. Because manageable risk is where judgment grows. Gen X had too much risk, we'll be honest. Modern childhood may have too little risk. Neither extreme is ideal. But removing risk entirely doesn't create capable adults. It creates adults who meet risk for the first time at full size with no practice, no confidence, and a nervous system that immediately files for workers' comp.
Mr. Bill always says he's going to sleep and then hangs out in other people's chats for at least 45 minutes afterwards. I think it's a sleepy time ritual. I think him being in chats makes him tired and makes him go to sleep. It's every night he says, I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. And then you see him in other people's chats for another 45 minutes. It's kind of funny.
Kids need small risks. The worlds need to teach small lessons before adulthood shows up with a mortgage and a tax form written by a wizard. Gen X got lessons everywhere. We walked to school, rode bikes across town, solved fights without adult mediation unless someone drew blood or involved a brick. Played games with winners and losers. I know, novel concept. We used tools. We made mistakes. We took consequences and learned something important. Most discomfort is actually survivable. That is common sense fuel. Because when you believe discomfort is survivable, you don't panic at difficulty. You take a moment and you think. Then you adjust and you continue. But if someone has been protected from every discomfort, inconvenience can feel like danger. Awkwardness becomes trauma. Disagreements become violence.
Here you go, Bill.
A long line becomes a constitutional crisis. And restaurants being out of something becomes an act of war. And Gen X is standing there thinking, we drank from hoses connected to houses nobody inspected since Nixon. Can everyone bring it down a notch? Overprotection also teaches people that someone else is responsible for removing obstacles. That's the poison for common sense, because common sense begins with asking, what can I do right now? Not who can I blame? Not can I speak to the manager of weather? But what can I do? That question creates agency. Gen X has agency because it was forced into it early, sometimes way too early. We were the latchkey kids. We made our own snacks. We knew which adults should be avoided because they smelled like beer and poor decisions. Again, not perfect, but it built awareness. People get trained to wait for permission, and waiting for permission is not thinking. Common sense needs room to operate. It needs small decisions. It needs the chance to be wrong and survive it. There has to be a middle ground between feral childhood and bubble-wrapped adulthood. Because if we protect people from every small consequence, reality eventually sends one big consequence. And reality doesn't care if you're new here. It just shows up, knocks over your plans, and waits to see if you have any judgment. That's why Gen X keeps talking about common sense. Not because we want the world harsher, because we want more people that are capable. And capability matters even more in a culture where looking right has started to matter more than being useful. Social media did not kill common sense by itself, but it absolutely helped hide the body. Because social media rewarded reaction, not reflection. Confidence, not competence. Being first, not being right. That is a terrible environment for judgment. Common sense usually needs a pause, a breath.
You're not necessarily being first, but being the loudest. Being the loudest. Oh, I have more people hear me, more people see me. I get more clicks and likes. And people think that makes you correct nowadays because you got more thumbs up on your video or your X post. You got more hearts on your X post or something. So that means that you're right and the other person's not. That's not how that works. I could give 5,000 likes on this video. It doesn't mean everything I say is correct. It just means people were supporting the fact that I put a video on there. But that's what social media has taught us, or has taught the new generations, is that online support equals correctness, equals justification. If you say you're going to do something stupid on a post and you get 100,000 likes on it, then they're like, oh, it must be okay to do. That's their judgment now. That's what makes that's their moral compass, is social media reaction. And that's scary. We've seen what it's doing to impressionable youth that are on the verge of becoming liberal psychopaths in the first place. And social media has just pushed them over the edge to the point where they attempt or perform tragic events in our society. Every time we see these people are highly influenced by social media. It's just how it works nowadays. This is where you get your ethics and your morals and hell, even your education. A lot of these youngsters, this is, and I won't even say youngsters, because I'm kind of guilty of it now too, is, YouTube and X are my news sources. I'm smart enough to do some research afterwards. I don't just take the articles at face value. I will do my own research to confirm or deny. But I get my headlines, I get my news awareness from social media. That's all our youth is doing. Our youth doesn't know how to read books anymore. You put a folded newspaper in front of them and they would be confused. They would be as confused as trying to read a hand clock. They get force-fed everything in, 30-second YouTube shorts, and was it 140 characters on a X post or something like that? So everything's condensed, everything's minimum, but everything is how am I trying to say this? Everything goes for shock value. Everything is clickbait. And when I say clickbait, I don't necessarily mean it has to be false. A lot of times people think clickbait is just false advertisement, but that's not what it is. Clickbait is basically anything sensationalized enough to get your attention and make you click on it. That's what clickbait is. And because of the short attention span of the newer generations, everything has to be clickbait, because not only do they ingest information in tiny, tiny little spoonfuls, but there is a plethora of options for them as to where they get that information from. With social media, you have 100,000 websites out there that enable your confirmation bias. At any given time, I can turn on my YouTube and my algorithm will feed me 100 live or current videos that back up whatever my normal process of thinking is, whatever my usual opinions or political leanings, because that's what the algorithm's designed to do. It takes the patterns, it takes your behavior, it takes the pattern of your choices, it takes everything, all these little information points that it can from your choices, and then feeds you your own personal little echo chamber. This is why I make it a point when I'm laying in bed and just clicking through videos. I click a random variety of different videos, different genres, different interests, some of them serious, some of them fictional, some of them not. Everywhere from documentaries to talking horse videos. I like to intentionally confuse my algorithm. I'm obviously right leaning, so a lot of the podcasters, a lot of the newscast shows and whatever, everything I have is kind of right leaning, and the algorithm knows that. So I will intentionally, I on purpose, unironically, have the Young Turks on my subscription list. I have Hassan Piker on my subscription list. I have Hillary Clinton on my X my X platform likes and subscriptions, whatever, however you say it. I purposely, intentionally try to disrupt and confuse my algorithm, because then I still get to make the choices. I do not trust AI. I do not believe, I do not trust Meta. I don't trust the algorithm to properly give me the mixture and diversity of information I need to make proper decisions. I don't want an echo chamber. I don't want to create my own echo chamber. And this is why I don't kick people out of my chat unless you're being completely just absolutely trolling, but you're allowed to have a difference of opinion, and I encourage you to speak that difference of opinion, because that gets my mind flowing. And every once in a while, a liberal will jump in my chat and actually make me think about something and actually make me look it up and either confirm or deny my own preconceived notions. And I encourage that. I want liberals to come in and make me question what I think I know. Because I'm either going to support and I'm going to support. I'm going to bolster what I think my opinion is already. So I'm going to make it stronger, and I'm going to be able to further convince you of my opinion, or you're going to make me realize I'm wrong, and I'm going to form a new opinion, in which case I feel like I'm a smarter person for that. So either way I win. So I encourage people to challenge my worldview. Because if you're always in that echo chamber, if you're always hearing what you believe, if somebody is always agreeing with you and not challenging you, you get weak, you get soft. And I don't want to do that. So there's that. And I'm not sure how I got on this tangent. I'll just start the video back up again.
Breath. A second look. A quiet internal voice saying, maybe don't post that. Unfortunately, social media has shoved that voice into a closet and replaced it with, say it louder and with captions.
Shut up!
Now every bad idea can find an audience. In the old days, if someone in your neighborhood had a terrible idea, maybe 6 people heard it. 7 if the mailman was slow. Now that same terrible idea can get 2.8 million views, a merch line, and a podcast called Unfiltered Truth with Chad.
That one.
That's not progress. That's distribution. Social media also teaches people to perform competence. People don't just do things now. They create content about doing things. Gen X takes a walk because the house gets loud and somebody was breathing wrong. Different energy. Performance gets in the way of practicality. Because when you're always aware of an audience, you start making decisions for appearance instead of outcomes. Common sense asks, will this work? Social media asks, will this look good? Those are not the same questions. Sometimes the things that work are ugly. Duct tape works, but those things don't always look impressive. Social media has also created a confidence problem. People can now mistake information access for understanding. Watch 3 videos and suddenly you know more than someone with 20 years of experience. It's not learning, it's confidence cosplay. Gen X respects experience because we grew up around people who knew things from doing them. That is expertise. Not always certified, not always gentle, but real. Now expertise.
So here to further this idea. One thing that annoys me about arguing with newer generations, starting with millennials and Zoomers and so on and so forth. They seem to have an issue with you presenting an anecdotal argument. I'm an intelligent person, but I'm not very book read. I don't read a lot of books. I can, and I do, and sometimes I enjoy reading. But I'm kind of guilty of falling into the new technology, and I will read articles online and watch videos and podcasts and whatever. But I don't read a lot of books. I will admit, 100% honesty, I should read more books. I get, with people like Pam, you get into this argument, and they want to tell you, oh, I read in a book. Some author said this. Okay, did that author even experience anything? This author wrote about split personality syndrome, but never met anybody with the syndrome, never met anybody that suffered from it. They interviewed some psychologists, read some books about it, and came up with this opinion, but they don't know anything about it. Up until a few years ago, I didn't know a whole lot about autism. So I didn't pretend like I knew. But now that I have autism in my household, I understand a lot more about it. And see, that's what they call anecdotal. You're relying on your experiences, and your street smarts, your school of hard knocks knowledge, and personal experience to create a theory, to create wisdom and knowledge. How do I say it? Your wisdom comes from personal experience. That is anecdotal. And a lot of these people I'm quoting from a book and you're just giving anecdotal evidence. And just because it happened to you doesn't mean it's real. Yes, it does. It's 100% real if you watched it happen with your own eyes or experienced it in your own eyes. Anecdotal evidence, that's how a court of law works. You don't go to a court of law and say, well, this happened to somebody else and blah, 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 so this is what happened in this situation. No, they want, they want legitimate evidence based on what happened in the experience in question. It's anecdotal. It's 100% anecdotal. We want to know what happened to you. And then you base your findings and your rulings on how it compares to other situations or whatever. But it's all anecdotal. The court system, the court of laws, works on anecdotal evidence, not circumstantial evidence. So anecdotal examples are 100% an effective way of debating, of proving, of winning an argument. But nowadays they're like, oh, that, just because it happened to you, that's not a real argument. It 100% is. And I don't know where we got away from that. We learn through our experiences. If we're very, very smart, we learn from somebody else's experience. What they say, a smart man learns from his mistakes. A wise man learns from somebody else's mistakes. So if we're really wise, we will learn from somebody else's experience. But human nature doesn't always do that. So we have to learn from our own. And that's where, and what do we learn? We learn common sense. That's what this whole video is about. The hot stove, the nasty hose water, the skin searing car hood, running around with a sharp knife in your hand or scissors. Those are all common sense things that if you weren't smart enough to figure out from somebody else, you're going to learn from pain. And that's anecdotal. You don't read about pain, you feel pain. Sometimes you have to just let the baby touch the stove. Lessons learned. I don't know about touching the stove, but that is a correct point. And we argue about this in my household because we have the 3-year-old. And one of my favorite sayings, and my wife hates this saying, but this is one of my favorite sayings, is he'll only do it once. That's my thing, is he'll only do it once. Hopefully. He's a pretty smart kid. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And if he goes face first into a kiddie pool and finds out that it goes up his nose and makes it hard to breathe, he's not going to keep doing that. If he keeps yanking on the dog's ear until the dog has a negative reaction, next time he feels like yanking on the dog's ear, he's going to remember the dog's reaction and he's not going to do it anymore. Sometimes you have to let him touch the hot stove, and I get it. It's just the stove is an extreme example. I keep my kid away from the stove, but yes, the idea behind it. And see, that's I already forgot the word I was just talking about. It's based on your experience. You can't read a book to a 3-year-old and expect them to understand how to stay out of danger. They have to learn it for themselves. And we used to, and they don't anymore. And that's why we're lacking in common sense now.
Cheese has to compete with a guy in sunglasses sitting in his truck saying, "They don't want you to know this." Who is they, Kyle? And why are you recording beside a vape shop?
The game was pre-taped 6 months ago in the same Nevada hangar where they faked the moon landed.
Common sense should tell us that not every confident person is credible, but social media makes confidence look like authority. And that's how common sense gets buried under volume. Gen X has a built-in suspicion of volume. That skepticism is not negativity, it's an immune response. And right now, the world needs a little bit more of it. So, let's sum it up. Is common sense really dead? No, not completely. It's just harder to find. Kind of like a 10mm socket. It exists somewhere, probably exactly where you left it, but reality has chosen violence. Common sense isn't gone, but it's no longer automatic. It has to be practiced, modeled, valued, and that's where Gen X still has something important to offer. We're not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but we did grow up with a practical training that matters. We learned to observe, to wait, to fix, make do with what we've got, to read people, to read the room, to read situations before turning them into disasters. We learned that not every problem needs a purchase. Not every question needs the internet. Not every inconvenience needs a complaint. Not every feeling needs an immediate broadcast. And not every situation improves when more people with opinions arrive. That might be our role now. Not to yell at younger generations, not to become bitter nostalgia goblins wearing New Balance shoes and declaring that everything after 1996 was a mistake. Our role might be to keep practical wisdom alive. To remind people that thinking still matters, and that experience still matters. Discomfort is not always danger. And maybe Gen X and all our sarcastic, tired, practical, suspicious glory is exactly the generation to drag it back into the room. Not gently. Probably by saying, "Can everyone stop being weird for 5 minutes?" And honestly, that may be the leadership style the world deserves. So now I want to hear from you. What's the most obvious common sense thing people have forgotten?
How about this? I was thinking about this a minute ago, this example. We were taught, stop, look, listen when you come to cross the street, when you come to an intersection, crosswalk, whatever, when you're going to cross the street. And pay attention while you're crossing the street. When I was in Portland a couple days ago, especially, I mean, it happens everywhere, but the being in a large population made it extra. Just for the record, I don't let babies touch stoves. Because of the higher population and busier area, so it reared its head more than I usually see in my daily travels. But I don't know how many people I had to sit and wait for while they crossed the street, never once looking up, headphones on, texting people, heads buried, faces and thumbs buried in their phone, and just moseying across the street like the world belonged to them and they had the eternity at their disposal. Like I said, we were taught to stop, look, and listen. They don't care anymore because they don't get hit by cars anymore, because the society says that, you know, the 6 foot rule now. It used to be in Oregon, you had to stop absolutely still and wait for everybody to clear a crosswalk. So even if it was a 5-lane road and somebody was in the bike lane on the opposite side of the highway, if their feet touched in that crosswalk, you had to be sitting still. And that was the law. And they actually had stings. They actually had people, you know, testing to see if people would adhere to the law or not. And they would set you up. They would have somebody wait until you got 50 feet away from that crosswalk and then jump into the crosswalk to see if you slammed on your brakes. Oregon was really bad for a couple of years about that. And then they changed the law to the person, if you cross a crosswalk, if you drive over a crosswalk, you know, a painted, demarcated crosswalk, and there's somebody in that crosswalk, a pedestrian, you have to have 6 foot clearance, which basically means they have to be a lane away from you or more. So if it's a 4-lane freeway and you're in the far right lane and they're on the other direction and, you know, center lane coming towards you, there's still a lane in between you. So there's more than 6 feet and you're legal. You can make a right turn and cross that, whatever. But it used to be, you know, and they still have the law that says pedestrians have the right of way. So no matter what happens, period, if you hit a person with your car, it's your fault. If you're driving a car and they're walking in Oregon, it's your fault because the pedestrian has the right of way, and it's your responsibility as somebody behind the wheel of a motor vehicle to constantly be aware and cautious of every pedestrian on the planet. So literally I've had people jump out because in Portland, especially, sometimes there'll be a telephone pole right at the corner that's obscuring somebody waiting to go into the crosswalk. And as you get close and they're not paying attention, they just pop out from behind the telephone pole and they're in the crosswalk. And it's unfair, it's dangerous, it's stupid behavior. But if somehow if you run into that person or run that person over or possibly unalive that person, because you are in a vehicle and they are not, you are responsible. So society has taught us that we don't have to be responsible when we're walking around traffic. It used to be a joke. Parents used to tell their kids, go play in traffic. Because they were assuming that they raised their kids smart enough to actually not play in traffic. Nobody was actually telling your kid to go, well, on rare occasions, maybe, but normally nobody was telling their child to go play in you know, a street full of moving vehicles. They had taught us by that time that to recognize that as sarcasm, because we're smart enough to know that you don't go play in traffic. You don't try to block vehicles. A 2-ton or heavier vehicle with your 120, 150 pound body, you lose. Common sense says that math is a no-win. But we've taught, you know, through the laws in Oregon concerning pedestrians and vehicles, we've taught these generations that they can just go in the street whenever they want, act however they want, whatever, without any responsibility, without any consequences. So they do now. And they'll do it with kids. They'll let their kids do it. I ride a very loud motorcycle. You can hear me from 4 or 5 blocks away easily. You know when I'm coming down the street. When it's dark, it's even worse because I have 5 bright LED lights on the front of my motorcycle. You can literally see me from a mile away. But yet I've had people walk out into crosswalks with, young, preschool age children directly in my path at night when they heard me coming, knowing that I can't see them because it's the new trend to wear black at night all of a sudden. Another common sense thing that everybody's forgotten, that if you're going to walk at night and you're going to be around traffic, then you should wear something that is going to reflect light and the driver can see that you're there. But again, that's a common sense thing that's been lost because we've taught the young kids that they just deserve to be able to walk wherever they want to walk. It's their right. It's an inherent right that you should be able to walk without consequences because you deserve the freedom to walk wherever you want to walk, is how they tell them. And so this is why these idiots just jump out in front of cars. Or they wait until the walk thing, which now has countdown timers to tell you how long you have to cross the street and when it's getting close. Again, a hot coffee thing. Coffee is hot thing. My parents taught me that when the signal says that it's safe for you to cross, you hurry up and cross it, stay in the crosswalk, and you scamper across or at least speed walk across to get your ass out of the street before the light changes. That's what we were taught. But nowadays, these kids, they will watch that. I've seen them do this. They will wait until the timer countdown clock numbers thingy in the crosswalk, the indicator, gets down to like 5 seconds. And then they will, with their heads in their phones, just mosey off into the crosswalk and take their ever-living time holding up shit tons of traffic in the meantime with a grin on their face. They are probably posting at that very time, look at me, I'm defeating white supremacy by blocking a crosswalk so these people can't drive to wherever they got to drive to. Look at me, I'm resisting F-ICE. They're probably typing all that while going a half a mile an hour crawl across the crosswalk and grinning about it the whole time. Without consequences and repercussions, they will only get dumber and more entitled. Yeah, we're watching it happen every generation. It literally gets worse. Oh, it's not a good sign. I'm yawning and I still have 5 hours of work left. Almost 6 hours. Holy crap. Yeah, we've watched every generation. And it's not just, that's not hyperbole. It's scientifically researched and published that every generation over the last 4 has progressively gotten dumber and less capable. It's statistically proven. That is not just an opinion. That is not a hyperbolic assumption. It is actual scientific, data-proven fact that every generation progressively gets less smart and less learned, therefore less capable. We are becoming more and more of a waste of breath with every round of offspring. And this is what we have to leave our country to, guys. Right? Most of the shit I didn't do was because I knew what would happen if I did. Exactly. That's common sense. That's learning. And our parents taught us pain. Oh, you don't lay your hands on your children. F that. I knew my dad would whoop my ass if I did something way out of pocket. I didn't want to get my ass beat, and I believed my dad would do it. So his voice was in my head when I was about to do something really dumb. Him or my mother's voice was in the back of my head saying, you're going to get your ass whooped. So for the most part, it worked. I mean, when I left home in my late teen years and effectively drowned out that voice of my parents and consequences and responsibility, that's when I got really, really dumb. As long as I was still living with my parents enough that their voice was ingrained in my head, I didn't do a whole lot of bad shit. My bad shit started when I left that nuclear family. As dysfunctional as it may have been, it was still a nuclear family. My parents were far from perfect, but they were parents. And they did the best they could as human beings. And everybody in today's society thinks that everybody should be perfect. Why aren't you? Why don't you? Why can't you? Because social media says this is how it should be. And 100,000 people like that post saying how it should be. So that is the expectation for society. And that's not correct. That's not how that works. For instance, you know, making of rules and laws in our country. We have checks and balances in our system. It's designed that way so that one branch, one area of government doesn't have ultimate power, including the president. You got to understand, the people that created American government didn't like government. They created the Constitution to limit the reach and the power of government. They were anti-government people. They didn't like government. They created a government because it was necessary, because we needed it in order to have a sovereign nation that succeeded and grew. There had to be some sort of governance. But we just fought a war to get rid of a king. So tell everybody, we've had 250 years of no king's days. But the founding fathers were anti-government, as evidenced by the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights is a document meant to protect people from the government that they were creating. That's how smart these guys were. They're like, we know what a government can be. We know what can happen when governmental power is implemented and abused. We know what government overreach looks like and how it can happen. So as we create a government, we are going to create safeguards for the general public. We are going to make sure from the jump that our government experimental government, how about that's the right way to put that? Our experimental government does not get out of pocket, does not get out of control. Even though we are creating a government out of necessity, not out of pleasure, even though we are creating a government, we are going to make sure that that government doesn't become a monster. That is how brilliant and how awesome our founding fathers were. I have tremendous respect for our founding fathers. Washington, Jefferson, Franklin, all of the above, that drafted a constitution at the very same time that they were creating a government. They were limiting that government. That's brilliant, people. That's absolutely brilliant. You do not get more base than that. Because they had common sense. Because they had seen what government overreach, also known as a monarchy, they had seen the perils of that. And although they knew that we needed to have some sort of government, some sort of governance, that it had to be limited, it had to be shackled, it had to be held down. And they did both at the same time. Simultaneously, at the very same time, they created a government and created the limitations on that government. It wasn't like they created a government and 5 years later they were like, "Oh shit, this is turning out bad. Let's create a Bill of Rights." No, they did it at the same damn time. And that's absolutely remarkable, absolutely brilliant. I have utmost respect in, you know, I don't know how else to say it, but I have utmost respect for our founding fathers. And they may not have been perfect people, but they knew that. And they knew that unperfect people were going to be in the government. Because you've got 3 whole branches. And they knew that as the nation grew, so would government. It's a necessary evil, but also the growth is relative, and there's a word for it, and it's escaping me right now, but I want to say exponentially, but I'm not sure that's the right word. But as the nation grows, so does the government. They're correlated. They're on the same trajectories. And the founding fathers knew this because of common sense. They didn't flee a tyrannical government to turn around and create a tyrannical government. That would be lack of common sense, and that would be something that today's society is guilty of. Case in point, these people that move from a blue state to a red state because the blue state sucks, and then they come to a red state and turn it back into the blue state that they left. You got all these Californians that are turning Texas into California. That's stupidity, guys. That's absolute stupidity. And imagine if the Pilgrims in the you know, the colonies at the founding of America did that. No, they didn't do that. They had common sense, and they were like, you know, we don't like what England is. That's why we left it. We don't like what England is. That's why we fought a revolutionary war with it. So when we draft our architecture for our government, it's not going to be England. It's going to be the exact opposite. And we went from a monarchy to a constitutional republic. No, we did not go to a democracy. Let me say that again. Write it on the chalkboard for the kids in the back. We did not create a democracy. One more time. We did not create a democracy. We have a constitutional republic. It is a decidedly different system of governance. And then they purposely drafted 3 branches: legislative, executive, judicial. We have the president, we have the Supreme Court, we have Congress, we have the Senate, the House of Representatives. All of these are different entities for a reason. They all have different purveyors for a reason. They all have limited powers over one another for a reason. As far as I know, we have the most complete and effective system of checks and balances out of any other constitutional republic, out of any other country that has a constitution. Because it was drafted from the very beginning to be that way, to have oversight so it couldn't grow into a monster. Now arguably, people are going to argue. I understand that government has become a monster. Overreach, fraud, partisanship, economic free-for-all. The government is, to a point, to an extent, is a monster already. But can you imagine if the founding fathers had not had enough common sense to write safeguards into the original architecture of our government, how bad it would be right now? We would be Russia. We could possibly be China. Or we would be a weak ass like the United Kingdom and be overrun by Muslims right now. If the founding fathers had not used their common sense, when they were drafting our government, it would not be what we enjoy now. And I believe that the fact that we have unlimited government, that it was baked into the bread from the very get-go to have a limited government, is the reason why we have went in 250 years from a bunch of colonies and, basically nothing, the birth of a nation, and in 250 years, a drop in the bucket compared to some other countries in the world, especially superpower countries. In 250 years, we went from nothing to the biggest dogs on this third rock. Because of our system of governance, because of the rights that we have built into the original architecture. We enjoy freedoms, but we also have responsibility and consequences. But we enjoy freedoms that keep us not tied to our government, so we have ambition. So we have initiative, and out of that becomes invention and the need to succeed, to strive harder and better. I believe the free market society breeds competition, and competition breeds invention, engineering, efficiency, things of that sort. And again, I don't know how we started this, but it's common sense. And our founding fathers had that. They learned lessons from what we escaped from. And we're going to do something completely different. And that's why we have the greatest country on the planet. And we're losing that. Because we don't have that. What is it? What did you say? It was a saying he just said. Your dad called it trial and injury. We don't have trial and injury any longer. We have, it's okay, we'll make it better for you. Why? Because you deserve it just because you're here. Yeah, Doc, my dad actually was a gun collector. Him and his best friend owned a gun store for a while. And Him and my mother had a king size bed, and there was not an inch of carpet that you could see underneath that bed. It was covered in gun cases. So do the math on that. And we're talking mostly pistols, mostly handguns. I'm sure he had a stand-up lock cabinet somewhere for long guns, but these are handguns. And he had so many cases full of guns that you could see them no matter which direction. You know, you could see 3 sides of the bed, and it was completely packed with cases from side to side and front to back. And if you lifted up the mattress and box spring, you could not see any carpet. And we knew they were there since we were kids. And we had 3 obstinate, kind of learn things the hard way boys that were constantly getting into fights with other people or each other. It didn't matter. We've all done jail time. We all did stuff we weren't supposed to do. I'm just saying, we weren't good boys by any means. It was not the Cleaver family. We were 3 brothers that broke every envelope we could reach to break. And none of us ever touched what was under my dad's bed. My dad was in law enforcement and had a habit of coming home and putting his service pistol on the living room had 2 easy chairs and a table in between them for, ashtray, coffee, TV remote, whatever. And the first thing he would do when he got home from work is take off his service revolver and set it on that little table, and it would sit there until he had to go back to work. None of us ever touched it because we had common sense and because we had the voice in the back of our head saying, no matter what happens, Dad's going to know we touched it and we're going to get our ass beat for it, because that's not an acceptable thing to do, and there's going to be consequences for it. Nowadays, we're not allowed to raise our voice at our children without getting accused of abuse, and possibly getting your children taken away, or having the intrusiveness of CPS knocking at your door 3 times a week because you raised your voice at your child, and that could stunt their development. Blah, 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 blah. The only reason I survived 56 years of being an idiot is because every once in a while, when I was going to be really stupid, my dad's voice and his look popped into my head, telling me this is dumb, don't do it, or there's going to be bad consequences. Even in spite of that, I did a lot of stupid shit in my life. And I still don't have a good relationship with my dad. But that right there is worth gold to me. That he did teach me right and wrong, and he did teach me that wrong equals negative consequences. So it's kept me from completely going overboard with my stupidity. It's given me some common sense, given me the ability to research things on my own, to think things through, to, life has turned me into a cynic. So I am constantly, when I evaluate things, the worst always pops into my head. My mind is constantly thinking about what could go wrong and how bad that's going to be. It's kind of a curse I have, but I've turned it into a blessing. when I present ideas, I try to do it with somebody that is an optimist. So that way we present an equal and balanced presentation. Because if it's just me, I'll sit here and tell you all the things that can go wrong. I need to balance it with somebody that says all the things that are right. So, but I've saved people from heartache, and I've saved people from ruin sometimes by being cynical and pessimistic. They'll ask my advice, and I'll tell them, here's what I think could happen. Here's what you got to be careful of. And here's the results if it goes wrong. So you have to weigh that against, risk versus reward. And sometimes my cynicism has stopped people from making bad decisions or so sketchy decisions that could have went really bad. So I've tried to turn a blessing into a gift. But it's based on common sense and anecdotal experience. The things that kids lack nowadays, that's the whole point of this video we just watched. Because life doesn't teach you that anymore, and it sucks. And society doesn't teach you that anymore. Society's too busy, like he said, making things look good, whether they are good or not. Because everything's about a picture on the gram. How many likes does this photo get on social media, or this video, or however you want to present it? And B, everybody's entitled to everything. The result of the participation trophy crowd. Just because you show up means you're a winner. No, that it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You can show up, you can work your ass off, you can put everything you had into it and still be a loser. That's life. We've lived kind of same church, different pews lives, and I'm so grateful for these talks. Does me more good than you know. I appreciate your friendship, man. Well, I appreciate you saying that. I really do, because I'm just kind of rambling. I'm just throwing my thoughts out there. I've got to stay up until 8:30 in the morning, so I've got nothing else to do. So I appreciate people hanging out with me. And if it does you some good somewhere along the line, then that makes it a blessed day for me. Blessing you blesses me, so I hope that works out that way. Like I said, I don't consider myself the smartest, the brightest bulb in the pack. I'm not the end-all be-all by any means, but I do have 56 years of a lot of experience in a lot of different things. And there's not much that I can't say been there, done that about. And sometimes I just like to ramble. I don't have a lot of friends anymore. So just rambling on YouTube lets me vent, lets me get my shit out. And if doing that helps somebody else, then I'm stoked for that. So thank you for saying that, Doc. That makes me feel really good. I don't have to help a lot of people. I just have to make one person's life better. That's my charge. That's my goal. That's my responsibility, is to make one person's life better at a time. So anytime I hear a message like that, it makes me feel like I'm doing what I'm supposed to on this planet. So thank you. Yeah, just you saying that. But I mean, your positive messages, your support, you've always been really down for that. And trust me, we can't talk about it as much as we can't effectively convey how much that positive support helps us people that do this, that helps us streamers. Probably, to get true and honest positive feedback is, it's worth more than money. sometimes. Because a person like me, and you know, we've already established the fact that I'm a pessimist and I'm a cynic, and that's why I suffer. You know, I've suffered from depression all my life because of it. I have panic and anxiety attacks because my mind is very, very negative, because my mind always goes to the worst possible outcome, to the worst common denominator. And I suffer from a lot of negative mental illness because of it. It's not something I like to talk about a lot. It's something that I've dealt with on my own and in silence for most of my life. And sometimes, to be honest, I wonder if this is just pointless. I wonder, sometimes I have the thought that sometimes my YouTube channel is very self-indulgent. I feel like I'm doing this for myself and for my own mental health and for my own benefit. And when I think that way, I feel very selfish and narcissistic. And when you guys tell me that I'm wrong about that, when you guys tell me that my rambling and my bullshit actually helps somebody else, that goes a long way in easing the struggles that I have emotionally. Let's put it that way. I'm trying not to get too sappy and you know, I don't want any violins playing in the background right now, but it does. It helps me because we all struggle in ways that we don't tell people. And this YouTube channel has helped me with some struggles that I have. So, you know, if I'm helping you guys, I'd like to think that you guys are helping me way more than I'm helping you. I just throw my opinion out there. You guys are the ones that take the effort to watch and support and interact and all that. I'm just rambling into my laptop. So you guys help me a lot more than I could ever help you. And that's the way I see it. But if I can help you guys, then I'm stoked about it, because I do have a benevolent spirit. The motorcycle club that I tried to start, well, I did start, it just didn't last very long. One of our mottos was, if you can help other people while doing what you love, why the hell aren't you doing that? And we did a lot of things to benefit the community and to help the underserved and stuff like that. But most of it was centered around motorcycle riding, which we love and we were going to do anyways. So that was awesome in our minds, that we could continue enjoying our hobby and doing something that we want to do and love to do and we're going to do anyways. But by doing it, we helped other people. That was awesome. That was my motto. Was, if I can help somebody else by doing what I already love to do, why would I not want to do that? And that's kind of what I'm doing right now. I enjoy doing YouTube. I really do. I enjoy making content. I enjoy putting something out there that people are interested in. So, you know, I love doing this. And like I said, most of the time when I do these live streams, I'm doing it while doing something I would do anyways. Like when a story comes up and I don't know about it and I'm going to research it, I'll research it with you guys. I was going to do it anyways. So if it helps somebody else, even at the very least entertain somebody else by doing what I'm going to do anyways, why would I not want to do that? It just seems silly to me. And I'm not making much money off of this. By the way, side note, Squirrel, I will let you guys know in a couple days, but I officially got all of my paperwork taken care of, and I got an email today saying that my first YouTube payment is on its way. So the last live I did, I said I was hoping that I would get some word tomorrow, but as soon as I got home from our little country road trip today, as soon as I got home, I got an email that said, but it also says it could take up to like 3 to 5 days. So I'm not sure when I'll get it. According to YouTube, it's on its way. So that's progress. That's a good thing. And like I said in my earlier stream, I'm going to try to find out. It doesn't seem like it's paying me for the last, for April, May, and June. And I'm going to have to do some research and find out why. Because if it's not going to give me that money, and you guys gave me super chats during that, I'm going to find out if I can get you guys those super chats back. Because that's ridiculous. That means YouTube just ate that money. Yeah, that's a good thing though, Doc. Sometimes you don't have to meet somebody in person. Sometimes there's just that kindred spirit that helps. I have a lot of people online that I'm like that about, because I participate in the moto community as well, the biker community on YouTube and on social media. And I have a lot of biker friends all over the country that I've never met in person, but if I want to call them up, they will answer the phone and they will talk to me at 3 o'clock in the morning. Yes, I've found more brotherhood in social media in certain places than I have the people in my actual real life. So I get it. Man, how did this turn into a feel-good stream? That's weird. That's weird. I think a lot of it has to do with the demographic. Our chat community seems to be a lot of Gen Xers, or I like to call Gen X adjacent people. And we all kind of have the same mindset, because obviously we're all connected. Me, Mr. Bill, Quincy, Danny, and Chris, and others, you guys, and then the ones that we got Arturo and JLR, and I'm sure some of you guys, I don't hear you guys talk about it very much, but I'm sure some of you guys watch Ikmadel. And then your podcasters. I watch Tim Pool. I watch Heavy Duty Country, Jesse on Fire. And then used to watch Candace until she went wacko. Alex Jones in limited doses. I watch all the same shit you guys watch. I'm a fanboy just like you guys are. So I think there's that connection. I consider my chat real people. Like, you guys are real and honest, and for lack of another way to put it, you can come into our chats and let your hair down and just be yourselves. And I appreciate that. I like that. And I think you guys do too. That's why you guys keep coming around. Because, and now Unfiltered and Raw, he's in the same boat. I didn't mention him. I don't mean to leave anybody out. But I am one of you guys. And so I try to, when I'm doing my live streams, when I'm doing shit like this, I try to, I'm talking to friends and family here. I'm not just talking to random people out on the internet. And I hope that comes across in my messages, that I'm willing to say things on my live stream that I haven't even talked to people in real life about. On a lighter note, you and Tammy have gifts going to the post office on Saturday. We have a box going to Danny and Chris also. Can't wait for the unboxing. Cindy made something special for later. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Cool, Doc. We are definitely looking forward to that. To be honest, I was kind of wondering about that, but I wasn't gonna bring it up, and I felt like it was rude to ask about it. So I'm glad that you said that. That answered my questions without me having to ask. And see, this is what I mean. You guys are awesome. I watch these bigger channels. Like I don't know if any of you guys know who Sleeper Dude is. Let me know in the chat if you watch Sleeper Dude, because I've been a huge Sleeper Dude fan for years and years and years. I watch a lot of automotive stuff, Vice Grip Garage and Pole Barn Garage and Junkyard Digs and all of that. Fab Rats, Matt's towing channel that I can't think of the name right now. I watch Grind Hard Plumbing. I'm huge into and also like the engine, like Grind Hard in Cars and Cameras that do the go-kart and mini bike stuff. Those are my interests outside of politics. And I'm just specifically thinking about Sleeper Dude because it's cool watching that family grow up. And they have mail call days where they unbox all the things, and they get literally sent a room full of shit. Like they have fans all over the place. And I watch Perkins Brothers Builders. They're the same way. They have, like, on Mondays, I think it is, they put down their tailgate of the pickup and unbox and open all their mail from all their viewers. And I'm like, this is the weirdest thing. You never heard of Sleeper Dude? You've got to check out Sleeper Dude. It's with his whole family. And it's a pretty awesome channel. Especially like watching Perkins Brothers. They're a construction crew that build houses, and their fans send them stuff that's all related to what they show on their channel. Like they're always showing themselves. Like one of the brothers, his name is Jamie, and he likes sardines. So somebody sent him a whole box of cans of sardines for him to eat at lunch. They send them hats to help them, help shade them on sunny days. They all seem to be addicted to peanuts. So they send them bags and bags of peanuts. They really like hot sauce. So the fans send them all their homemade hot sauces and stuff like that for them to try and compare and whatnot. No, man, we had a shop catastrophe. Lightning strike wiped out my laser and all my electrics. Just got new power. Hooked up yesterday. We're back in business. What exactly was your shop, Doc? I don't think we've ever discussed that. Oh, was it? Oh, I think I know. But yeah, the thing is, I watch these channels, and I used to think that's so weird that people send them stuff. And I kind of get it now. I kind of get it, and I understand. And not only do I understand, but I understand how awesome it is to get that. So I haven't even got anything from Doc yet, but just the fact that I know, I'm pretty sure, I'm 110% sure that it's going to be something super, super effing cool. So I'm legit excited about it, bro. I'm legit anticipating seeing what you sent and doing the unboxing and whatnot. And now that you said that Cindy sent something for Tammy, that's going to make her super, super happy that somebody thought specifically of her. So that's badass, and that's cool. And I can't wait to get that going. But I get it because, yeah, I don't know how to say. I lost my train of thought here. I had a way of expressing what my thought was, and now I don't have it. I lost it. It vaporized in my head somewhere. I got squirreled. But that's awesome that you're back in business. I didn't know that you had a pause there. Yeah, you did tell me that, and I forgot it for a second, and then I remembered and felt stupid for saying I don't know what you do. So that's why I said, "Oh, never mind," because I felt kind of dumb because I know you have told me this before. Graph's Rustic Oddities is the name of Graph's Rustic Oddity. That's a cool name. It's the name of our business. We make weird shit. Well, hopefully, in whatever you sent, then you sent a business card in and possibly a link if you have a website, because I will definitely, once we see what cool shit you sent, then I'm going to use that to promote whatever you do. The weirdest thing is, and I don't know if she's still in here or not, I'm still curious as F, like super AF curious, what Share Bear does. My wife and I were discussing this. And whatever you do, I want to do too, because apparently it does you all right. But yeah, I don't want to ramble on this subject all night, but that's super cool. I'm anticipating it very, very much. And hopefully you send me the proper stuff so I can promote you when we do the unboxing. But it's badass to know that people value you enough to take time out and expend the energy to send you something cool like that. I'm hugely appreciative of what Share Bear did. Because even though she was having trouble that night, she said, I want to help. I want to contribute. Here, let's do this. And I got one of the coolest gifts I've ever gotten from out of that situation. So, and we've still got to get Lady A something. It's still in the bank waiting to see. So yeah, you will be the second gift I get, Doc. So that'd be cool. But yeah, so now that I understand how this works a little bit, it makes me a little bit jealous of these guys. But these guys are huge channels. These guys have 1 million viewers. And especially people like Sleeper Dude's channel, his whole family's involved. So I'm sure a lot of his viewers are very family oriented. And so like his viewership, he doesn't even do live. He does recorded videos, but his viewership probably, you get to thinking of these people like family. And that makes a difference on how you do things. I'll tell you what, guys, I have to step outside for a minute. Let me find a video for you guys to watch while I step outside. Let me go take a few puffs here and get out of my mushy, sappy, blah, blah mood here. We'll turn on Arturo for a minute. Oh, we got more fires. Oh, never mind. I want to look at this. I wonder if this is what.
This is a K2 Storm Tracker weather alert.
And tonight we remain under Storm Tracker 2 weather alert. Extreme heat blanketing the region for a third day in a row, triggering a heat advisory for the Willamette and Cowlitz River valleys, as well as the Columbia River Gorge and the Hood River Valley.
Meanwhile, monsoon moisture.
Well, we don't know quite yet. We're still trying to get her rolling, get her set up, and figure out what we have and what we don't have. We've got a piece of furniture in our bedroom we need to get rid of so I can set up her desk and whatnot. We will know more by the end of this weekend. I think, if I'm correct, this is now Thursday. Let me look at my phone here. Yes. So this is my Friday. Unless I get called in to do overtime, but this should be here in a few hours, the beginning of my weekend. So I'll be able to expend more time and energy to get things squared away for her. And then we'll see by the end of this weekend, we hope to have her up and going. She insists on having a laptop and microphone and all that before. She doesn't want to do it on her phone. So hopefully I keep telling her to remind me because I'm so tired and stupid that I keep forgetting. It'll probably only take us a couple minutes and to do what we need to on her account, but then when we do, we got to wait 24 hours for them to approve it, which sucks. But hopefully by the end of this weekend, we'll be able to sit down and figure out what she needs and what she doesn't. I know one thing we need, honestly, that if I have to honestly answer that question, is we need a cordless keyboard and mic setup, keyboard and mouse set up for her. I can't even spit the words out right. It's all right there in the tip of my tongue and front of my brain, and I can't spit it out. Yeah, she definitely needs a cordless keyboard because we want to get her ergonomically set up at the desk. And we're going to have to get her a chair, too. I hadn't thought of that. I can't put her on a wooden chair like I sit on. She has to have a nice chair. But yeah, well, like I said, by the time this weekend's over, hopefully we're going to have the bedroom rearranged and have her all set up. And we'll figure out exactly what we have and what we don't have to make it work for her. I'm hoping that the microphone setup works without the soundboard, because my kit came with 2 microphones, 2 boom mics. So if the microphone works without the soundboard, then she has a good microphone. I've got a USB thing for her, all that. I don't know. Like I said, we just basically got to get down and get it all set up to figure it out. So before this weekend's over, we'll be able to answer that question a lot better, Doc. And I still have, from the generous gift that ShareBear sent, we still have some money left over from that too. So we may be able to purchase a couple things out of that as well. So, like I said, we've just got to get things organized to answer that question completely. All right, let me go to this video. I'm curious because this is what we were dealing with today.
Thunderstorms that could bring lightning to many parts of the state as high wildfire danger continues. Smoke from existing fires is causing air quality issues across the state. Thanks for joining us tonight at 6. I'm Ray Gazaway.
And I'm Deborah Knapp. We want to get straight to Storm Tracker 2 meteorologist Dave Selesky, who's tracking the latest on the storms that are developing. Already hear some of them.
Some good news and some not so good news we'll talk about here in this first segment of weather. First of all, we are still seeing thunderstorm activity around the area. Here's a look at radar. We've got it all the way zoomed out. You can see all the way from Central Oregon up into the Cascades and, yes, into parts of the Willamette Valley and the Portland metropolitan area. Let's zoom on in a little tighter. Right now, we're seeing some pretty good cells here tracking off into parts of southwestern Washington, just to the east of Longview. A few shower cells also popping up here in East Vancouver. You get out here towards East Clark County, up in the Camas and Washougal area. Nothing right now over downtown Portland. But again, we're going to see more of these showers in the forecast for the rest of the early evening hours. Now, the good news here is, take a look at the map. We have ended the heat advisory for the northern part of the Willamette Valley.
Yeah, that storm cooled it down a lot. It felt so good.
And for at least the western end of the gorge, because cooler air has moved in this afternoon and going in towards the evening hours. We've also gotten rid of our air quality alert, because we are now seeing some winds getting in here, mixing up the atmosphere, pushing the smoke and the haze back onto the east side of the Cascades. And that being said,
appreciate that. That smoke's been killing me the last 2 days.
The West Hills, but again, we are looking at overcast skies there. 79 the current temperature there. That temperature, by the way, is down from about 94 degrees earlier in the afternoon. Live camera out here at Lincoln City, yeah, overcast skies there, and the current temperature now holding at 61 degrees. Now, top 3 things to know: cooler air is on the way overnight tonight and for tomorrow on Thursday. Much improved air quality, already seeing that developing right now. And we'll see a few morning clouds tomorrow on Thursday, but besides that, plenty of sunshine. By the time we get in towards late morning and into the afternoon, I'll have all the forecasts for you in a few minutes. Back over to you.
Dave, see you then. Thanks. Taking a live look now at the Akawa Butte fire burning near Lake Billy Chinook in Jefferson County. It's now burned more than 19,000 acres, growing more than 5,000 acres since yesterday. It is just 3% contained.
This fire is just one of several major fires sparked by lightning last week in Central Oregon, still burning. As we just mentioned, fresh storms and red flag conditions today posing some new fire risks. And for more on those fires and how fire crews have been preparing for today's storms, let's bring in Jessica Newyar, Public Affairs Officer for the Oregon Department of Forestry. Thanks for joining us. Thank you for having me. What kind of storm activity have we seen throughout the day so far? Any new fire starts?
I can't confirm if there have been any new fire starts. That could be because we haven't seen them personally, or because our fire crews are out fighting them right now.
Yes, there were. There were quite a few in my area,
Are
but
not responding to fire starts.
they
our
got put
fire
out
crews
really,
are
really fast.
Patrolling their districts and making sure that
that would have been a
as
dry
quickly as
lightning and
possible in order to
thunderstorm.
put
It
it
would have
out
been
as
really
fast as
bad right now.
What are the biggest areas of concern right now?
Right now, the biggest areas of concern is Central Oregon in particular. That's where most of the large fires are right now in the state. And with that, they usually get a lot of wind and a lot of lightning with not as much rain. So we're hoping that they get a significant amount of rain at least to help with the fires.
So how are crews preparing for new fire starts versus the potential for increased activity around existing fires?
So the existing fires have incident management teams already on them, and they are being actively suppressed as we speak right now. Whereas the new fire starts, we have our local teams that stay within their districts. They're not sent for the large fires. They're here to protect their communities. And so they will be patrolling their communities, keeping an eye out, using our smoke detection cameras, and making sure that they get to those new starts as fast as possible so that the new starts do not become large fires like the rest of them.
Is today's storm activity expected to be similar to what we saw last week or possibly even worse?
It seems to be pretty similar to last week. The wild card, I guess you could say, is just the heat that has come along with it. So with that extra heat advisory, it can make fire activity a little bit more.
Can you give us a quick recap of the fire activity started by last week's storms?
Yeah, they're not telling the most
Yes,
important
so-
part. We'll stop this. Most important part is, along with the lightning and thunder, we got a lot of rain in a hurry, and it doused everything really, really quickly. And damn, that helped. In the world, let's see. They're showing nice stuff. Wow. I thought I saw. Find something interesting to play, you guys, because I got to step away just for a few minutes. I watch too many movies. Everything's on movies now. Oh, that's what I wanted to do something on, because I saw something interesting that I didn't know was a thing. Did any of you guys watch the Whatever broadcast? I wonder if it's on liked videos. Here it is. You guys might be interested to watch this because I didn't know this was a thing. Apparently,
I'm in a relationship
Charlie
with my
Kirk
boyfriend, like in Cooks,
went
and we've
on
been
the
together for
Whatever
5 months,
podcast.
and this is my longest relationship and my first relationship.
Congrats. There you go.
So let me play that and let you guys watch that for a minute while I step away, and then I will watch it with you guys and talk about it a little bit when I get back.
I'm single, like
I said, I've got to go use the bathroom and step outside for a minute. I will be right back.
Relationship was like 3 to 4 years.
You said longest relationship was 3 to 4 years?
Yeah.
And is this a new relationship for you? Okay, because I think last time you were on, you were not in a...
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So how new is this, like a month or so? Oh, if you can you scoot into the table just a tad? Oh, is there no space?
Yeah.
That's fine. How new is the relationship?
Not even a month. So.
Okay, could I have you scoot your microphone that way just a tad? No, other way?
Oh.
Yep, perfect. What about you?
I'm single. I've been single for a year, and my longest relationship was a year and a half.
All right.
I've been single for about 2 years, a little bit over 2 years. And my longest relationship is between 6 months and a year. Yeah, and they usually always cap at that. I've only had like 3 relationships, and they never last longer than that. I get bored too easily, I guess.
You get bored too easily.
I think, I don't know.
And you said from 6 months to a year, you seem a little uncertain about the length of your longest relationship.
Yeah.
Is it a bit hazy in the sense of, was it on again, off again? Is that kind of what you're...
It wasn't really on and off, but it was kind of like we dated for 6 months, and then we were in a relationship for a couple more months. So the total of kind of being in a situation and dating and stuff.
Got it.
Can be up to a year, yeah.
Okay. Molly, what about you?
I'm in a relationship It's been 10 months, and my longest relationship was about a year.
All right. Charlie, what about you?
Happily married.
Okay.
We've been together for 5 years, and we'll be celebrating our 3-year anniversary in May, and we have a beautiful daughter.
All right. Well, I think, you're being the only married person here. I think that's perhaps a good jumping off point. I think a lot of people, both men and women, they're kind of frustrated with the current dating landscape. Do you have any thoughts on this? What's your diagnosis and any solutions? And we'll open it up.
Sure. Yeah. I think people need to date with the intent to marry. Yeah, I'm a big critic of hookup culture in its current form. I believe sex should be sacred and is sacred, and it's really thrown away way too generously in this society and culture. And I can tell you, I'm super blessed. I have the best wife in the world. We have an amazing life. Building a family is the coolest thing ever, and my prayer for all of you is that you one day can do that.
That's so cute.
It's honestly the most joyful thing, and I've had some pretty amazing experiences. I've been very, very blessed, very lucky, you could say, but very blessed is the word I would use. And the greatest joy I've ever had is coming home to my little daughter running up to my leg. There's nothing that even comes close to it. Not flying on Air Force One, not meeting with presidents. That pales in comparison to your little girl coming up and squeezing your leg.
Okay, got it. Does anybody else have any thoughts on that with,
Yeah. So I just wanted to circle back because you said something that caught my attention, and I disagree with it. Because you said something like, I hope all of you can experience that, and you said something like, I hope all of you can experience that, and I mean, I don't disagree with that. I hope we can all experience joy in life like that. That's amazing, but I just feel like I don't know why you said it that way. Maybe we're not going to experience that because we don't have the same values as you.
Is that what he said?
From that,
I thought it was.
I don't think that's.
I don't know.
That's not the impression I got, but I'll if Charlie wants to answer.
Well, if I said it that way, I didn't mean it that way. But do you feel is that a goal that you have to be a mother?
Okay. The P star is giving Charlie a covert. Well, okay, all right, okay, all right. Moving on.
No, but Molly,
all right.
Keep it.
Is that okay? No,
got me some wake up juice.
Is that a goal that you would want in your life to be a mother?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that in your self-described current line of work that is more or less likely?
What do you mean by likely?
I mean, maybe you can tell me more about your line of work.
What would you like to know?
Do you think that it's going to create a good, happy family in the future?
Right now I'm working on it. Yeah, me and my boyfriend are doing really well in our relationship, and
just so you guys know, the title of this, I don't know if you can read it on the screen or not, is Charlie Kirk Destroys Whatever Podcast. This is all about Charlie Kirk doing his thing. If you guys don't watch Whatever, they get a lot of these guests, like this girl right here in the white next to Charlie. She actually works in the porn industry. A lot of the women he has on his show are like OnlyFans chicks and stuff like that. So I'm really curious to see what Charlie did.
Honestly, I think contrary to what most people would believe, I think being in porn has strengthened us.
Why is that?
I haven't seen this yet, Doc. This just came across my feed, and I was like, oh, I got to watch this.
Being in porn and having sort of like this open type of relationship where you can have sex with other people, obviously there are certain boundaries in the relationship, but it really makes you think about, what's important, why you love this person, and, you start to really hold things true that are deeper than just sex. And I think that on top of that, you can share sex with other people together, and that's really bonding. That's really fun.
Are you ever worried that do you ever get jealous of him if he has sex with other people?
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
So how does that strengthen your relationship?
Because we're able to talk about it, and I think every time that I bring up
okay, good, because I haven't heard that.
He's able to soothe it, and we're really able to work on that bond, it just makes it stronger.
Have you ever, when you were having sex, do you ever think it's more than physical? That maybe there's emotional and spiritual connections you might be introducing?
No.
So it's a purely physical experience.
Yeah.
See, for me, sex is more than physical. It's actually, that's the least part of sex for me, because I get to share it with my soulmate. It's my best friend.
It's definitely a big energy exchange.
It's a big energy exchange. And so, Molly, I would ask respectfully, wouldn't you want to only share that energy exchange with the person that you love most and want to have children with?
I think sex can exchange different types of energies. So like you can exchange an intimate type of energy, or you can exchange a really passionate, like horny type of energy. You can exchange dull energy during sex. You can exchange manipulative energy during sex. Sex can be used for a wide variety of things, and I think the biggest one is like marital spiritual connection, but you can't deny that there's other benefits to it as well.
If you could be with your boyfriend currently, and I waved a magic wand and I said you can make $1 million a year and never do porn again, would you?
No.
Okay. Okay.
What? Are you making more than that a year, Molly?
Not yet.
Oh, well then, I mean, aren't you doing that? That's your profession, so I assume you're doing that to make money, correct?
Yeah, 100%. Well, also
But Charlie just has a magical wand. He's got, that's not the wand.
For the sake of argument.
He's used the wand. You can make $1 million a year.
Yeah.
You don't have to do, the adult content.
Well, the thing is, I wouldn't have to do it. That would be great, but I would still want to do it. I mean, personally, like, I'm an exhibitionist. I love, like, putting my sexual self out there for other people to see, for other people to, like, touch themselves to, have fun with.
Can I ask you a question? Since you're about presenting yourself to the world, do you have a good relationship with your father?
Okay, here we go.
No, I don't talk to him.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I actually think it's principled that you said you wouldn't give it up just for money, because that shows that you do it for reasons beyond just like financial ones. That shows you have like a genuine passion and interest in it.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200. In other words, sex is whatever she needs to make believe it is at the time she needs to rationalize it. It's called whole logic.
Oh.
I wouldn't use that language, but Molly, what I would say is you seem like a sweet person. Maybe something to think about as the years go on, that maybe sex should just be saved for the person you love most. I would ask you or the panel, what would your definition of love be?
Me and the whole panel?
Or just anyone. I mean, that's just the fundamental question with dating, right? Is that a tough question, guys?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, it's a
I feel
very
like love is
complex
complicated.
answer.
You know what? Let's go around the
Sorry, I
tables.
don't mean to-
Oh no, it's great. It's
No,
great. It's great. We'll go around the table. Do you want to answer? So your question is, what is love?
Yeah, that's a song.
It's a good song.
Yeah, or how would you define love? Because I think
How do you
that
define love?
shouldn't that we all agree that's probably
I'm
the
the only
goal of
one,
dating?
not the
Define
only
love.
one that
Do we all
talks.
agree on that?
Yeah. Yes. So we'll start with you. We'll go around the table if you guys want to give your answers for that. Go ahead.
I feel like love is an emotional connection between two people that value each other and accept each other for who they are. I feel like that's what love is. I feel like real love is when you find kind of, I guess, things you don't like about the person you're with and you still choose to be with them and grow with them either way. I feel like that's real love.
I feel like that's more of a romantic type of love. I feel like love is something that's going to transcend just romantic relationships. And I would say it's like an emotional bond that exists between human beings. And I say human beings just to specify that I don't think it exists between people and things, because I think that's kind of materialistic.
Okay, so let me answer that question. Like I said, I got to pause every once in a while, so it kind of helps not get copyrighted. But I used to know how to back this up biblically, but I don't anymore. If Quincy was around, he could help me back this up. But what I find disturbing is they're all going to probably answer in an emotional way. Oh, it's an emotional connection. It's about feelings. It's about this. It's about that. And it's not really. That's not everything about it. Love is an action. love is a verb. Love is not an emotion. It's not an adjective. My definition of love is valuing the other person so much that you always strive to do what's best for them and to benefit and further them. That love is work, and love is basically unselfishness, and it's working towards the betterment of that person that you feel love to. There are different levels of love. Obviously, there's I think the words are eros and agape. There's love you have for a brother, for a really good friend. And then there's the special love that you have for your family and your loved one that you pick to be your mate. Either way, it means that you are willing to put that person's needs above your own. And that's a work. That's a verb. That's an action. That is not an emotion. That is not a feeling. It may start off with a feeling. It may start off with attraction, but that's lust. Love is a battlefield, correct? But the emotion is lust in attraction. That's what the emotion part of it is, and inevitably, in 99.9% of relationships, that ends up fading. Hopefully, not completely goes away, but love is, your relationship is not going to feel like dating forever. It's not. There's a difference between how my wife and I looked at each other 8 years ago and how we do today. It's just human nature. It's how it works. And there are some days when we feel like we did 8 years ago, and there are some days when we feel like the complete opposite of what we felt like 8 years ago. And that's when the love comes in. And the days that you hate your mate and you just want to turn around and walk away, and you can't stand to be in the same room with them, and the sound of their voice just grates on you, which I'm sure mine does to her at times. At times like that, the action is what counts. Love is the action that happens on the bad days. It's the choices you make. It's the decisions. It's the, it's the continuance of your obligations. And to me, that's what love is. And all these women are going to talk about the emotional connection and this and that and this and that. That's lust. That's attraction. That's romantic dating stuff. And the problem is like we talked about earlier, we are taught instant gratification. We are taught that if you don't like what you have, there's always something better within a couple of clicks of a mouse. And that's not love. When you feel like there's always an option, when you feel like if this doesn't make me happy, I can just go somewhere else. That's not love. That's convenience. And I don't think any of these girls are going to get it right. I think Charlie had love for Erica. And I think he took that with him. I think he felt that till the end. I mean, unless it was all a big act, but I don't read that. That's what I think is the answer to that question. Love is a verb. Love is an action. And none of these young girls get this. And that's why they don't mind throwing their body out there. Because let's just say, not that it would ever happen, not that I'm even capable of it happening, but let's just say I did porn before I met my wife. If I fall in love with my wife and then I actually have love and do love with my wife, I'm not going to do porn anymore because that may be embarrassing to her. That does not benefit or potentially grow her life at all. It could actually do the opposite. So if you asked me if I was a porn star, but I loved my wife, I would quit doing porn. I would quit doing any potentially damage, harm, hurt the person that I love. So, you know, when she says, oh, I'm an exhibitionist and I think that it should be this and it should be that, and I wouldn't stop doing it for the person that I love. She's not in love with anybody. She's in love with herself. She wants to make herself better and feel better all the time. That's not actual love, because actual love is sacrifice, and actual love is doing the hard things that you wouldn't want to do for the person that you love. All right, I'll quit rambling. Sorry.
Flan Life, thank you for the gifted 50 memberships. Appreciate it. Sorry, go ahead, Aaron. Go ahead.
Just that I think love is a connection that exists between people, not things, to get away from more like a materialist understanding of like people saying like, I love my car, or I love this item or whatever. I don't really think that constitutes love. But other than that, I would not be able to really define it. It's a question that philosophers have been debating since the beginning of time. I don't know that it'll be answered on this podcast.
Hold on.
Donald Trump donated $200. I'm pleased to announce Charlie Kirk as my VP pick.
Announcement.
It'll be the best. Big. Trump Kirk 2024. Tremendous. We will make America great again.
For the record, I'm not old enough.
You're not old enough to be the VP pick. Okay. I thought we had a whatever exclusive here. Charlie Kirk,
30.
The VP pick. Okay. Sorry, Aaron. Go ahead.
No, just that.
Oh, okay. What about you?
I agree with both of them, so I don't really have anything else to add.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. There's different types of love. Obviously, we don't feel love for our parents the same way we do with a romantic partner, friend.
Or friends, yeah.
Yeah, but with that being said, I would classify love as a deep connection and emotion that you share with someone, and also kind of like really hoping for the best for that person, for who they are and their future, and just like what you hope you can do together as well.
Okay.
I agree with them as well. I think love is accepting someone for all of them, not just the good parts. And I think that it should be like unconditional. If you're going to love someone, that it should be, you know, the good and the bad.
That's a tricky one for me, because I have a hard, I'm difficult to kind of deal with the term love and things around it. I'm kind of scared of it. But I feel like the main type of love that I like to focus on is just the self-love. Like, as the rest of the girls are saying, there's so many different types of love you can find in a partner, but I feel like, I don't know, I couldn't imagine myself loving someone unconditionally, but myself,
at least she's honest
sure,
about
I can
it.
find ways.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Why do you think you're afraid of love?
I don't know what it is. I think maybe the commitment.
It's scary.
And
Love
it's
is
like,
scary.
yeah, it's scary, isn't it?
Would you say other people, are you afraid of love?
I
Do
feel
you
like
feel that way?
I feel like people are afraid of happiness, because happiness isn't long term. You can't stay happy forever, especially with the person. It's not always going to be perfect. So I feel like a lot of people are scared of love, because I feel like, well, let's say you're in a relationship with somebody, right? And I guess the best thing you can hope for is to end up dying together. It's no matter what, it's never like forever lasting. So I don't know. I think that's how it is.
And it's also scary because if you give more to someone and they like don't give it back, like that hurts a lot.
I think honestly that's the most beautiful part about love, because true love doesn't really care whether you're loved back. It hurts if you're not loved back, but
That's
you're
what I
still
mean,
going to love that person or
Yeah.
yourself or whatever. But I think that love in general is just a deep understanding and acceptance of a human being.
Yeah, the Greeks had 4 words for love. English has screwed this up. So in Greek, the first word would be phileo, which is the brotherly love, the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, right? So we all know that what that's like to love a sibling, right? But that's a completely different type of love than storge in Greek, which is to love a child, which is my wish for all of you. It's a great thing, as I said. Also, there is eros, which some of you may have had before, which is erotic. We get the English word erotic from. But then there's this...
You looked at me.
Did you look at her?
I did kind of glance right in her direction right as you said that.
So, and then the last is agape, which I'm a Christian. We believe that's the highest form of love, which you guys mentioned sort of, which is you would give your life for that person. And that's a very hard thing, right? I would give my life for my wife in a second and for my child. And I guess my question is, and anyone can chime in, through the current hookup culture, OnlyFans, is it more or less likely to get towards that ideal self-sacrificing type of love?
Yeah.
I don't know. Personally, yeah, you go ahead. I was just gonna say, personally, I think that a lot of people today are so wrapped up and stuck because they don't know how to love themselves, and that causes, you know, a lot of stuff to happen, and it can cloud your mind from really being able to, what's the word I'm looking for? Pursue and.
Be right back, guys. I gotta step outside.
And also with like social media and like dating apps and stuff now, like people are so used to like having options and just like literally just having like whoever they really want to. So it's like a lot harder for people to be like, I guess, more serious because once.
Go ahead, keep going, keep going.
Because like I don't know, like for a lot of people that are into like hookup culture and stuff, like I don't know, I just feel like there's a lot of options and people don't take it serious because there's so many people to choose from. And like if they don't like one thing about you, they're like, oh, okay, I'll just find someone else then. Like, I don't know, it's kind of...
Yeah, but I think that goes in terms of like anybody, not just OnlyFans people.
Yeah.
OnlyFans obviously does get in the way of someone wanting to take you serious. But I've actually noticed OnlyFans has got a lot more guys in my DMs. So when I post a booty pic, everyone is loving me. That's all I know.
Well, do they love you or do they lust you?
Well, it's probably more lust, but it's still something to feed my attention ego.
If you could find a stable soulmate, would you quit that line of work? If you were totally financially supported, similar to the question to Molly.
I mean, anything to make me stay in bed all day, I'll take it. So yeah, but in terms of a soulmate, I don't know. Like, I'd rather myself be my own soulmate. Like, I was raised by an independent mother. I haven't really seen much of a, like, kind of, I guess, a relationship. But I also feel like you don't really need it. My mom has done everything for herself and for me. So I don't know. I feel like menopause as well. I'm gonna get sick of them, and I'll be in a marriage that I will regret. So
sick of who?
If I get married.
Oh,
so if I do
You
get
guys have
married,
such a dark view of marriage. It's a beautiful thing, everybody.
I mean,
it's this exciting,
I've yet to
amazing.
experience
No,
something that
trust me. Part of the problem is the culture is so dark and terrible.
It is.
I will be perfect. It's very hard. Marriage is very difficult. It's the hardest thing I've ever done. And raising kids is even harder than that. And I've done some difficult stuff, but it's by far the most fulfilling.
Charlie, do you think people should wait until marriage to have sex?
Ideally, of course, yes. But I'm not here to judge people I'm not here to say that you're a bad person or whatever.
Sorry, can I just ask?
Yes, sure.
Did you wait till marriage?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
It was the greatest decision of my life.
Wow,
Yeah.
wow. I would not be able. Imagine you waited till marriage and you find out they have a
I had other...
I would hate that. Like, I would be so...
Well, there's more important things.
I think
more important things.
Or that, yeah.
Well,
like, you can't leave it up to the marriage day, man. Sexual intercourse is important.
Let's play the other side of it. Imagine going into the bedroom on your marriage night and knowing that you both have each other for the first time. You never had to share that human being.
Yeah, true. But then again, I lost my virginity to a virgin as well.
Or imagine if they were really experienced and they were an awesome way and you guys also had a connection. That would also be really fun.
Or if they're a man, they might be thinking about other women for the rest of your relationship.
I don't think men stop thinking about other women just because they get married. I really doubt that.
Men will do that no matter what.
No, men's minds are rather undisciplined. You are right. That is true. But they don't have other experiences or pair bonds, especially for young women. With pair bonds are a real thing to compare that to. But look, I will go back to what I said. Sex is a very powerful thing. We all agreed with that, right? Yeah. And I think you have
a tool, one might even say.
Yeah. It can be used. It could be abused. It could be, but in its ideal, which I fully acknowledge, it's very, very hard to do. Very hard, very difficult. But should be a goal that I would like to see more people at least talk about in a non-judgmental way that is worth aspiring to. And it's not impossible. It's not impossible. It's not popular, but it's not impossible.
Okay. Did you have a response, Aaron, or I thought someone over here had a...
I don't think so.
I feel like I had something to say, but...
Oh, did you have... Yeah, sorry, did you have more?
Did any... if you could wipe the slate, I know this is hypothetical, if that's okay?
Well, I remember what I was
Yes,
going
I'm
to say
sorry.
now.
Yeah.
You were saying that, like, oh, if you only have one partner, you're not going to think about other people. But I actually feel like that might make you wonder even more.
Yeah.
You'll be seeing all these girls online, you'll be watching porn, you'll be thinking about all these other things, and it's like all you have is one person. And, like, I don't know, I feel like that would kind of open up a lot of curiosity.
Yeah, that would drive me crazy. I would
Yeah.
like always be wondering what I was missing and like, did I miss out on something good
Why do I
because I
get
was
the
holding
feeling that
out for
those two,
something that
white and the red,
maybe
they're
turned
gonna
out not to be what I thought it was.
dominate
Yeah,
most
looking
of this
around, I can't
conversation.
say that I think I'm missing much, to be honest. Not around this table. I'm just
Shots
saying.
fired.
No, not around this table. I just say the country.
Oh,
No,
just
I
in
just
general.
just in general. Not around this table. I just, what am I missing? You know, I have a. And by the way,
Is he missing anything?
Yeah. What?
Aaron, is he missing?
I mean, if
Maybe
you're
you wanna
saying
weigh
if
in?
you're saying that
Sophia,
she's like
you
the
wanna
best,
weigh in? What's
like,
he?
No,
could
I
be missing
person,
something?
then no.
Pixie,
Not every
is he
day
missing?
is amazing, but
Well, obviously,
I
no
think
one's
you're
perfect.
missing out on some good threesomes. That's all I'm going to say.
if that is the compelling argument,
Haram!
then
I don't know why that's not working. Our audio's
look,
bad.
everything in life is a choice. I get to have a soulmate that I get to go on an adventure with, and a beautiful daughter, and you
What's
get to
up,
have orgies.
Robbie?
You can still have a soulmate and a beautiful family and do porn.
So, Molly, I don't think you're right. If it works for you, then you will definitely defy the odds.
Don't think you're
I think
right.
it does work. I think it can be proven that you can
I know
still...
for a fact it works.
Yeah,
I
for
have
sure.
friends with kids and like friends who are in relationships getting married, and they're very prominent doing porn, fucking other people, having orgies,
Let me tell you.
all that jazz.
Yeah, let me tell you a true story about a young lady who went to high school near here. When she started to get 15, her mom was a porn actress, and all the other boys would constantly tease her and bully her because they would show pictures of her naked mother, and it really, really hurt her. Do you ever wonder that for your future kids, they might have to be confronted by that or teased or ridiculed by your line of work?
I know they
Oh, that
will
sucks.
be
I hate
confronted with
construction
it,
backup.
but there's so many ways to answer this question. But honestly, for one, I don't really care because to me, the way that I look at it and the way that I'm going to raise my kids says a hell of a lot more to me about the child who is instigating negative emotions in my child because of what I do for work rather than my child minding their own business.
Do you ever worry that you might be producing content that could be seriously damaging other people?
No.
Okay.
Charlie, you were
Of course not,
about to
because
say
that
a
would
little
that would
earlier,
be
if you
thinking
could
about
wipe the
somebody other
slate
than
clean.
yourself.
What was the question?
Yeah,
you had
doubt
there?
she's
if you
good
could wipe the
doing
slate
that.
theoretically and re-virginize yourself, and would you? Could you go back to the person you were as a virgin?
No.
No.
I love who I am now. I feel like everything happened for a reason, and I don't know. I love who I am now.
Would I take back the people that I did? Probably, but
fair.
yeah, like you said, it made like who I am. So no.
I think I would definitely do some things different. It's kind of ironic because this probably isn't the answer you're looking for, but if I was to start again, I'd probably lose my virginity for porn and do more porn things earlier on. But yeah, that's just me. But there's definitely some body counts that I do regret, just one night stands and all them lame things. But
First they're going to say that they have to
about
justify their
did
lifestyle.
you regret just the?
just the one night stand.
They weren't.
You're not going
funny
to say
or-
that they're
Yeah,
wrong.
just like
openly admit
bad
it.
time or like weird people or like, you know, you get too drunk and you get in a situation you can't really get out of and stuff like that. But in terms of then all the stuff I do for work, I love that because that's like an art form for me. So yeah.
I want to circle back to something you said earlier, where you said that Molly's children, hypothetical future children, could be confronted with like her work, right?
Yes.
And I think that is not, I don't think there's any career path that precludes your child from potentially being confronted with what their parents say. Like, I know that you're involved in like political work and stuff like that. Do you ever worry that things that you've said online or done or political actions that you've taken might be, like your daughter might be confronted by them by somebody who has like, somebody's kid who has an opposing point of view? I feel like that would,
Yeah.
like, do you ever worry about something like that?
Sure,
she'll
porn
definitely
is
be
different
confronted.
than
It's not videos of me having
political
sex online.
No,
conversation.
but you
Big it's a
said
big
like
difference.
tons of controversial things, right? So do you expect that any of that could like have negative effects on her well-being or like how she's raised or anything like that? Or do you think And I say controversial, like neutrally and descriptively, like objectively. If your views are polarizing, that's going to incite conversation,
gonna
debate,
equate
discussion.
having
Do you ever worry
political
about
debate
like kids
with
confronting her with these things
being
and her not
naked and
being
having
prepared
sex
to know how to answer them, or
for all
maybe
the
feeling
world to
like
see?
bullied or embarrassed?
I don't
Yeah, I
see
mean
those
that's a
equating.
factor of being in public life for sure. Yeah, and hopefully I build her strong up enough to be able to endure that. Right.
Then I bet Molly thinks
Yeah,
probably the same thing, right?
But do you
Like
guys
just that
think-
sort of resiliency.
Do you think public political commentary is morally on the same plane as filming yourself having sex?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I think people. If
What?
anything, it could sometimes be worse depending on what the person is talking about. You know?
I agree.
Oh, worse. Okay.
I think politics is definitely heavier than porn.
You think
Yeah.
politics does more damage than porn?
For the
Yes,
actual life,
100%.
like the world, yes.
yeah.
Her having sex with other men is not disrupting the
Well,
world.
no, not just sex, but filming it and
I
disseminating
think
it.
it
Yeah, but
actually
that's not
helps
putting
the
the world
world
into
because
shambles.
it gives
For
the
sure.
men a release of their
Yes.
semen that they can't get girls to fuck them, so they go jerk off to me.
And all the lonely boys, you know, we're helping them. So
Also, I feel like it's their choice to watch. So it's, you know, it's not
Well,
like
I was
it's
also
shoved
going to
or
ask how
forced
kids would
people.
know that someone's mom is a porn star. How would they know that?
Internet's forever. Can you scoot your mic
Yeah,
that
but-
way? Internet.
But why are?
internet is
I mean,
forever.
obviously, kids watch.
It would be a parental failure, basically. Like the parents are not monitoring their child's consumption of media good enough, and therefore they find porn.
Donated $200.
This is
Charlie
stupid. You
was
could agree
right.
with that.
I was a DEI high.
Oh God.
My sprinkler goes like this.
Oh my god.
They give $200 for this?
I got some interesting. I got some. Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Okay, where were we?
I finished my thought.
Okay.
Do,
All right.
do any of you think that a generation of young men, and having struggled with porn myself, totally acknowledge it, so no one...
Have you jerked off to me?
Oh my God, Molly.
he's thinking.
I've never heard of you before, so yeah,
That's the answer, because your wife is watching.
that's true. I've never heard of you before. Yeah.
That was kind of out of pocket, Molly. Okay, so Charlie Kirk, you're a political commentator.
Can I say one thing? though?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Molly, I have sympathy for you. I do. You're trying to cope with the suppression of your soul. And filming yourself having sex with other men and filming it is not the highest and best use of the talents that God gave you. It's not.
I think
And
that is a talent God gave me.
it's not the highest and best use, and it's not a talent because, as I said, in my belief, it is should be saved in a sacred domain. We're not going to agree on that, but I hope you change course. I think you'll be happier and more joyful, and I pray you don't have to suffer too much to realize that.
Well, in my belief, this is my most happy and joyful.
So if
That's
Molly
kinda
made like a
sad.
huge pivot and started doing politics, would you support her political like runs and bids?
It's not a matter of politics. I mean, I want what's best for all of you here, and I don't think filming yourself having sex with men is the highest and best use of your talents. In fact, I think it personally has done a lot of damage to a lot of young men. And don't take my word for it. Look, and you can read the book by Gary Wilson, Your Brain on Porn. It is the #1 drug in America right now, and it impacts
Well, it
men.
definitely isn't healthy.
Okay, so it's not healthy. So
No.
we agree. So let me ask a moral question. What do you guys think of drug dealers that push fentanyl? Good people or not good people?
Probably not.
Not
Yeah.
good people.
So
I mean,
if,
that's
if we
killing
agree
people.
that porn is a
isn't
drug,
killing people.
but hold on a second. If porn is a drug, how is Molly not a either drug dealer or a drug manufacturer?
How is
It's different
comparing
levels
porn
of
to fentanyl?
addiction.
There's so many other drugs.
Well,
Like
hold on,
weed is
but-
not fentanyl.
But
Weed's fine.
we agree.
Porn's
Well,
fine.
I wouldn't say weed is fine, but it is not as bad as fentanyl. But
I mean,
do we?
there's different levels.
Do you believe
to, like,
porn is a drug?
I think it's an addiction. A drug
Okay.
is a no.
So what does porn do to the male mind?
I don't know. I'm not a male.
Okay, yeah, it is the same biochemical release as cocaine. It's almost identical. In fact, it's even more powerful at times. Not to mention the damage it does to their relationships and
Well, yeah.
how it has to rewire their brain. That goes without saying. But
I
does
just,
it?
I don't really see the comparison with like fentanyl and porn though, because fentanyl actually kills people and
As
Okay, so they don't see the comparison between fentanyl and porn, but yet they make a comparison between a political opinion and voicing your political opinion and porn. These women are dumb.
highly addictive.
So-
I know right now, currently, like porn addiction is not recognized in the DSM-5 as a legitimate addiction. The only behavioral-based addiction would be drug addiction, something like fentanyl or whatever. Every other type of addiction is something that's like, so that you can't, or sorry, not drug-based, gambling. That's what it is. Gambling addiction is very real, but I don't believe porn addiction is. I think you can have impulse control issues with porn, but that would be like any other thing.
This is what they call coping. Justifying their own behavior. They're coping. They come up with the dumbest arguments to try and I don't even know how to explain this. It's just it's pathetic. It's stupid. It's absolutely they're coming up with the dumbest arguments to justify their depravity. And it's sad. And I love how Charlie can just stay cool, stay calm, talk nice, calm, level, and I have the greatest admiration for the way Charlie handled things.
Thing that you could have difficulty controlling, like your consumption of.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Go ahead, Molly, please.
So my question is like, I kind of have a comparison of my own, and I'll try and sum this up as fast as I can. But basically, when Prohibition happened, you know, people said that alcohol, it was not good for you. It led to deaths, it led to arguments, negative things, whatever. Prohibition happened. People still found ways to have parties with alcohol, drink alcohol, speakeasies existed. The only thing that happened was people didn't stop drinking alcohol, people started getting arrested and punished for it. And it started ruining people's livelihoods in that way instead of in a way that they have control over, meaning that they can stop the addiction by getting help at any time.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, if you think porn is so bad, like an addiction like that, what's your solution? Because if you're going to get rid of it, it's still going to exist.
Well, the first solution, I mean, can you at least agree, Molly, that minors shouldn't be viewing porn?
100%.
Okay, good. So
for a reason.
Yeah.
Well, the age verification's a little bit.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that. Utah and Texas passed laws that Pornhub sued that made it more robust. You had to actually provide an ID, and Pornhub didn't like that because they said it would limit their traffic. So would you all agree that if there was robust ID checking, that would, like 18, we can at least agree we could draw the line there?
Yeah, I feel like that's the normal age. For
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. So on the other side, though, I mean, I think we have to acknowledge that the average American male spending anywhere between 45 minutes to 90 minutes on porn websites, it varies. I mean, this is a new phenomenon, and I just want to reiterate it, that highly interactive, three-dimensional video that triggers dopaminergic responses in the brain is unlike anything we've encountered. The science is still being studied, and Gary Wilson's book is phenomenal on this, Your Brain on Porn. In fact, it is the most used, let's just say product, we don't have to say drug, product for young men in this country. And I guess you would all say that, let me just ask you, how many of you are thrilled with the status of American men? You think that they're strong and
they're making
confident
money
and
off
they
it, so of course
tell
they're
the
happy
truth?
about
I love an American man as an Irish girl, definitely.
Okay, well then, you're the exception.
They're all
The Americans are silent.
Okay, you see, yeah, but hold on, and I'm not going to say it's only because of porn, because that would not be fair, but porn consumption does not make better men.
No.
You agree?
I agree 100%.
So that's where I'm just trying to introduce into the conversation. You said, what is the solution? So I would just say, Molly, my advice, well, my ask for you is, you know, for people to stop participating in it. For that's not going to happen because the money is so good. But we should draw the line at 18. There should even be, it should be very, very hard to access. But to your point, Molly, you're not wrong. People would always find it. But we should try to draw a line in the sand somewhere, especially with minors, or have some sort of, you know, we should have some sort of acknowledgement that this is destroying parts of society. And I won't say it's worse than fentanyl, but in some ways it's very, very sneaky. A lot of married men watch pornography. As I said, I've had my own personal struggles with it. It's incredibly addictive. It's incredibly powerful. It also creates depressive effects in about half of the men that consume pornography. And I would just say that, you know, young ladies, it affects women differently than men. Men are 50 times more visual oriented than women. And that's not to say that women don't consume pornography. They do, and increasingly higher rates. But I think it's a social toxin right now.
I don't think that's anything.
Hold on, just
Charlie Cookenjoyer donated $200. Hey Charlie, just want to say thank you for everything you do. You are a force for good in America. Great to see you on the Whatever podcast. Question, would you ever consider running for office?
It's so scripted. No, not anytime soon. But thank you for the $200 to.
Wait, I have a question for you
Yeah,
actually,
please,
just
sure.
because I don't
Yeah.
really like know who you are, but there's like a lot of
You're very
politics.
lucky. You're very,
okay.
very lucky.
I was just like, what do you do? Because I've seen like you've mentioned politics, and now that like
Yeah,
what do you?
I run an organization called Turning Point USA. I am a conservative, if you
Okay.
haven't figured that out, and a Christian, and I host a 3-hour show every day
Okay.
in my name. So
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let's switch.
I envy you that you don't know, but yes, I'm sorry.
Totally fine. Let's switch gears a little bit here. So, going around the table asking all the girls here, would you date someone who does not align with your politics? So if you're a liberal, would you date a conservative? If you're conservative, would you date a liberal? If you're a communist, would you date an anarcho-capitalist? I guess, I don't know. So tell us what your political orientation is going around the table, and if you would date somebody who differed from you politically, and if so, why not? Starting with you, go ahead.
Honestly, I feel like it wouldn't be that big of a decision for me. I wouldn't mind. I feel like I'm not that strict about certain things, and I feel like if I want to be with him, I'll be with him and accept him for whatever it is, and maybe even try to, I guess. Well, no, we can't agree to disagree. I feel like on certain things I might actually. I'm too indecisive. Never mind.
Where do you fall politically?
Undefined.
Okay. Undefined?
I'm not gonna say it.
Okay. Anarchist, maybe? I don't know.
Not even a hint.
Maybe you guys can pick up randomly.
Okay.
That'd be fun.
I don't know. Okay, Aaron, what about you? What about you?
Yeah, I'm fine dating somebody who disagrees with me politically. I already do. My boyfriend's like a liberal, which is filthy liberal, even though I'm, further left than him. But I love him in spite of that. So.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So what if you were to put a word to how you would describe yourself politically? Are you a leftist?
Yeah, I'd say I'm on the left,
and your
anti-capitalist.
boyfriend's liberal.
Mhm.
Okay. What about you?
It kind of depends how. I honestly, on both sides, it depends how hardcore they are, because a lot of hardcore stuff like that I don't even agree with, on both sides. So it would kind of depend on what they believe in, or how hardcore they are with it. But I think I could. I don't really. I mean, I'm always down to have discussions and conversations. So I think I could. As for my political, I don't really care.
You don't care?
I would say I'm in the middle, honestly.
Who did you vote for in the last election?
Or did you vote? Most people don't vote.
I regret my vote now, but we could Biden, unfortunately.
Kanye? You voted for Kanye?
That would have been a better choice, honestly. No, I voted for Biden, unfortunately.
And you regret that?
I do.
Why do you regret that?
Do you see the state of the world? I mean,
You're smart.
That's why I'm just in the middle.
Do you want to share?
I agree with stuff on both sides.
Good for you.
Pixie, what about you?
I'm a progressive. My last date actually lasted 20 minutes because of this.
Oh wait, we have the tweets. Nick, pull up her tweets really quick. I saw your tweets.
Shit, the receipts.
About that, we have the receipts. Nick, go ahead.
How much money is in your guys' bank account?
What was that?
We had a YouTube video randomly start playing Nick. You got it? Make it scroll bigger, Nick. Make it bigger. Okay, I'm convinced I have to move from Miami just so I can actually find someone to date next.
From Miami? Yeah.
Today, my date lasted a total of 20 minutes because he found I was progressive and that he was conservative next. At least it was a mutual decision on both parties to rather figure out long-term incompatibility quickly than waste each other's time. So on that date of yours where you were out on a date with a conservative man, who, was it kind of, you said it was a mutual thing, but was it more so you who had an issue with it? Was it him? Or it was mutual?
It was pretty darn mutual.
Okay.
What happened was we were in the car, we were going to go to a bar, and he asked me what I did for work. So then I started talking about it, and he was like, would it bother you if I'm a hardcore conservative? And then I was like, well, what do you mean by that? Because some people are like, I'm a hardcore conservative, and what they mean is smaller government and less taxes, which is something I can deal with. And then some people are like, oh, like Nick Fuentes style, like like. So I asked him, and he actually said he was a huge fan of yours, which is like fine.
Oh, that's a deal killer.
Of Charlie or whatever?
Of Charlie.
Oh, okay.
But no.
If it was you, it'd be fine.
No. But and he was saying like, oh, I just like, I'm really.
Did he
really,
actually say that?
Yeah.
I like this.
Huge fan. Okay.
But he was like, I'm just like really hardcore conservative, and I was like, well, honestly, at this point, I feel like I would make you more upset than you make me upset. And
You
then
think so?
Yeah.
It seems to me it seems to me that typically it's liberals who are not prepared to be friends with conservatives versus the reverse. I actually think they've done studies on this. It's conservatives typically, from what I've seen, tend to, while they disagree ideologically, liberals just will outright hate somebody who's conservative and think they're like evil.
I think
No, I don't like that. I want to get to be friends with them so I can convert them into my leftist ideology. So, how else am I supposed to convert them?
Yeah, I come from a conservative family. I have a lot of close friends that are conservative. So to me, that's like, I'm not new to disagreeing with people. Like, that's just part of life for me. But yeah, it's just like, I'm okay dating somebody who believes in like some different things than me. It just depends on what extent. Like, for example, if I want to have children in the future, and if my child, let's say, comes out as gay, and my partner's like, we have to send them to conversion therapy. To me, that's like a hard line. To me, that's like, no, like I couldn't put my child through that.
We can maybe come back to that specific thing. But just curious, how did you meet him?
Oh, Hinge.
You met him on Hinge? Doesn't it allow you to disclose your political leanings on?
Yeah, I disclosed mine. He didn't disclose his.
Okay.
So why did he go on the date?
Yeah, if he had such a big issue with it. Well, okay. We'll continue going around. And then, did you have anything in response to her, Charlie? Or
no, I actually think you guys made the right choice, believe it or not. I think you have to have value alignment. I think you have to have worldview harmony. That you shouldn't date or marry people. I mean, you have kids, or are you going to have kids, or are you going to raise them religious or not? I mean, just the amount of daily questions that come up in a marriage is, it's 500 a day. And if you see the world differently, then that's a recipe for disaster. So I actually think you guys made I think you should end up, if you end up marrying somebody who sees the world the way you do.
Yeah.
It would make you a happier marriage and a
What if
happier
it was
children.
just one issue? Like, if I'm assuming that you're anti-choice, right? Or pro-life?
Yeah, pro-life. Yeah.
Okay, so if your wife is not pro-life, but everything else you guys agree, would that be a deal breaker for you?
That one would be a deal breaker, yeah, because that's not like taxes, right? That's not like, hey, I believe in a 35% tax rate and I believe in a 20% tax rate.
It's like philosophical variance.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That's correct.
Ryan, I actually have a tweet up that might relate to this conversation.
What do you mean?
Do you want to see the tweet?
Is it?
End wokeness. It's about how women are becoming dramatically more left wing.
Dramatic.
Sure, we can take a quick look at it.
That's fine.
I think I saw this. Young women are becoming dramatically left wing. Young men are becoming more right wing. This is happening on every continent. So there's South Korea, U.S., Germany, UK. Scroll down just a tad so we can see the UK here. Okay.
Well, does that surprise
So I'm curious why, and I'd love to, I mean this like non-sarcastically, I'd love to learn why do you think that trend is?
I think it's because one side. Wait, okay, so left is. I am not like a huge politics
That's all right.
person.
So young women are getting more in like the Joe Biden direction of the Democrat Party,
Okay,
or
that's what I figured.
progressive.
Okay.
And young men are coming more, you could say, in
Like
the Trump,
Okay.
conservative direction.
I think it's more of that reason because obviously the Biden side or whatever you want to say, that side has more.
How about because the left hates young white men? How about that? How about the left does not like men at all? The left is designed to destroy men. I mean, look at the whole term toxic masculinity. Everything the left believes in, progressive values, is anti-male. So why would males want to be left and align themselves other than beta males and males that don't understand that they're male? Why would a true alpha or wannabe alpha male align with a party that hates them? That doesn't make any sense. And women want to be progressive because the progressive party claims to lift up women, even though they don't. But that's what they claim to do. And women think emotionally and not factually. And that's not a dig. That's scientifically proven. Women think emotionally. They think with a different part of their brain than we do. So their emotions tell them that progressiveness is pro-woman and pro-woman's choice. And it's all empowering to somebody that's a female, even though the same party lets men pretend to be women and take over women's spaces, but yet that party says that they empower women at the same time. Makes zero sense to me, but to them, from an emotional standpoint, it makes sense. Thank God there are still woke women or anti-woke women out there, based women that understand and recognize the bullshit of progressiveness and fight against it. Thank God, so that we still have wives out there.
Of like women's like rights and stuff. So obviously, like, well, not right now, but like just in general, like that the ideas of like that side have more like pro women things, and the other side really doesn't. So I think that's why.
I'm going to ask my young progressive organizer. Why do you think? Because it's something that
I personally don't think it's very valuable to ask people to label themselves politically, mostly because if somebody does that, what I want them to do is like write it down on a piece of paper and then crumple it up and throw it away, and usually just go issue by issue, because I found that when you ask people what they mean by a conservative or whatever, like Pixie was saying earlier, sometimes they'll say, oh, like low taxes, small government or whatever, but these are very nebulous terms. But when you actually get into it, maybe they describe themselves as conservative but more the libertarian type, so they might be pro-choice still. They might actually be interested in like a less interventionist like foreign policy, and then at that point those are some like liberal tenets to me. So I don't think it's very useful to even try to like have people do that. Or you might even find some liberals that are like anti-union, for example. Yeah.
What? Nick, what?
We had like an audio issue for a moment, but it seems okay for now.
Oh, okay.
Audio issue?
Yeah, there was some echo.
AB Check, thank you for the gifted 50 memberships. Hold that thought, everybody. Chat, one in the chat if the audio is okay. One in the chat if the audio is okay. We had an echo?
Yep, it's cleared up.
It's okay now?
Are we able to keep talking or?
Yeah, no, they can hear us, but apparently there's some reports that we're reverb issue. It's happened once at the beginning of the show and once just now. No complaints. Is the chat? Is it fine?
Yep, we're good now.
Okay, we're good. Sorry, go ahead.
So I was gonna say, personally, I think there has been like a big push to like radicalize young men online. You see this with the Tates. You see this in some other forms of media. So I think young men in particular have been very, what is it called, specialized. You got like these giant propaganda centers and networks focusing on trying to radicalize them in a way that they haven't necessarily put the equal focus on women. So I do think that there's been a lot of like online radicalization going on. I also think, like personally, I'm a feminist, but I think there has, like feminism has kind of left men behind and kind of has not given them the answers that a lot of them are necessarily seeking. So then they turn into like these like more what I would call toxic figures instead for guidance. So that's my answer when it comes to like this increased like radicalization.
What could conservatives do better to reach young women?
What could
I mean,
conservatives?
it's not a trap question. I'm honestly curious. Yeah.
I kind of don't want to give you that. Well, I'll give you the answer.
Oh, it's a secret recipe.
No,
Okay.
I'll give it. I'm gonna.
You're going to give it in front of 5 million people. Too, so.
No, but I think a lot of conservatives really villainize young women and like the choices that they take. You see this not in this particular podcast necessarily, but there's some that are more extreme than this that really focus on like shaming women or putting some like basically cultural hypocrisy, like saying it's okay for men to be promiscuous but women aren't.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200.
Hey, thank you, Grid
I would
One.
not say young men have been radicalized. I would say that young men.
See, what I notice with progressives and lefties and things of that sort is they take it, anything that is a criticism of them personally, they take it as, oh, the right demonizes the entire group that I belong to. So the right doesn't hate women. the right doesn't like women who do porn, but there's plenty of women that don't do porn. The right does not hate all women because some women have abortions. The right hates abortions. There's disclaimers, there's, you know, qualifiers in there that they ignore. It's just like the right doesn't necessarily, they don't agree and they don't like transgenderism. They don't hate transgender people. They hate transgender people that target children. There's qualifiers in there, and they do so because you do porn and the right doesn't like young women that do porn, the right doesn't like young women. That doesn't equate. That's not how that works. But this is the gotcha for the left. This is how they get you, because if you don't like black people that carjack people, all of a sudden you don't like black people. But that's not true, because I don't like white people that carjack people. I don't like brown people that carjack people. I don't like Asian people that carjack people. I don't like people that carjack people. But because you criticize a black person that carjacks somebody, all of a sudden you don't like black people. And they take these gross generality and they skip the qualifiers and they make these gross general statements to justify their hate and their stereotypes and their generalizations as far as prejudice and things of that sort. They don't use the qualifiers because that throws their narrative out the window. And that's crazy. Just because I don't like women having abortions does not mean I don't like women. And that's very frustrating to me, the way they twist it like that.
Now being reminded they are men and not women, and that real men value women because we are not equal.
Yo, thank you, Grid One. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Pixie. And I if you can, make your point quickly, because I do want to bring in everybody else so they can answer the original question. Go ahead.
Yeah, but long story short, I think trying to not be hypocritical about how we treat men and women and not necessarily like shaming women for their past or how they currently are is probably a better way to reach to them, in my humble opinion.
Okay.
Okay, so honestly, I'm not too educated on politics that I can say I'm one thing.
Sure.
But I do think that my views do lean more progressive. But again, I'm not too educated on the topic. But I think I could date someone. I have dated someone who was conservative. But for me, it's more, there's make or breaks, like you were saying about, if your wife was, pro-choice and you are not, that would be something that I could be like, oh, that's where I draw the line. Just certain things that, morally, I could not be with someone who had those views.
What about you?
I'm not really big into politics either. I don't really understand it. All I know is that I'm pro-choice. I like equality. But yeah, I don't know. I do agree though that your partner, you need to have the similar mindset. So it might be a bit difficult if I was to be with somebody that had a very strong political opinion. Usually I just go for people that are quite open-minded and chill. But I think I could be open still, because I like to learn new things when I'm with partners. So it could open my mind even a bit more, and I could probably learn about politics then.
Molly, what about you?
Well, I agree with what you said. My ex-boyfriend was very prominent in politics, and he's very conservative. And I'm not at all. So that was definitely an interesting dynamic, but I think overall we really respected each other's perspective. And I don't think that conservatives are evil or they have a
Okay, guys, I have to step outside again. I'm gonna let this play a little bit, but I'm gonna ask 2 questions in chat, and whoever's still paying attention and not asleep can answer this. First of all, do you think somebody who claims to be ultra conservative can date a porn person, porn star, porn actress, porn whatever, or actor, as the case may be, if it's backwards? Do you think somebody who calls themselves ultra conservative which usually means a Christian, which usually means hard right, can date somebody who is in a sex trade? That's first question. Second question, what do you guys think about being in a relationship with somebody who has the opposite politics from you? Do you think that's compatible? How do you, I know quite a few people that have mixed relationships in that sort. On paper, it doesn't work, but in real life, sometimes it does. I know mixed couples that are hard right. They're usually not hard right or left. Usually it's more of one person is into politics and the other one just doesn't care about politics. But, you know, being who I am, being a hardcore activist, I guess you would say, for lack of another way to put it, I'm in quotation marks, somebody who focuses on politics a lot and has very strong views on politics. I don't think I could be with somebody who's hard left. I could be with somebody who doesn't care. I have been with people that are apathetic about politics. It's usually just something we didn't discuss. But I don't know if I could be with somebody who's on the left, because it's really antithetical to a lot of things that I deeply believe. So I think there would be too many sticking points. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think you could be in, you could have a mixed relationship like that and have it actually be successful? And the first question was, if you call yourself a conservative, hardcore conservative, like she used that word, could you be in a relationship with somebody who works in a sex trade? Because I don't see that being possible. The two, it's like, me being a conservative, I couldn't be with somebody in a sex trade because it goes against my principles. And me being a conservative, I don't share my significant other with anybody. So why would I want them to be in the sex trade? That's just completely opposite of everything I believe in. So if you're still watching, if you're still hanging out, could you guys answer those questions in the chat? And I'll be right back.
Bad agenda. I just personally, I don't agree with what they would decide for me, and so I think that in a relationship, when you're with someone that shares different values, it would be extremely hard to be married to someone for the rest of your life. It's doable, especially, if you have that type of curiosity with the other. I for sure would want to be with someone who shares my kind of openness as well.
Okay. And then Charlie, I think you kind of maybe already went over it, but I mean, do you have any thoughts on, do you think it's a better idea for people when it comes to relationships or marriage to, I think I have a sense of what your answer would be, but to marry someone who shares their same political beliefs and values?
Don't try to change your partner. That's a bad idea.
Agree.
Yeah, don't try to change your partner.
Aaron, you said earlier your boyfriend, you said he's not conservative, but he's liberal, and you're much further left. You're leftist. And you said you would, when it comes to perhaps people, you would be friends with someone who's maybe more conservative, so you can shift them more left.
I said that tongue-in-cheek, but
you said that, I was going to ask, have you shifted your boyfriend more left?
I wish.
Okay, so he's pretty firm in his liberalism.
He's firmly planted in his filthy liberalism, but I love him in spite of that.
I see. Okay, got it.
But we align on a lot of social issues, so if we want to create a dichotomy of social and then economic issues, I feel like the economic issues is primarily where we have disagreement, and the social issues, those tend to be, I feel like, the most polarizing and contentious. So if we had more disagreement there, we probably would not be able to be in a relationship together harmoniously. So
okay, I see.
But friends, I'm open to radicalizing them, sure.
Okay, got it. So I'm curious, who here considers themselves a feminist? Maybe just show of hands. Are you a feminist?
I don't.
That's it? Just Aaron and Pixie? Molly?
And Molly.
A little bit? Okay. All right. So Charlie, we've got some feminists here. What do you think of feminism?
I want them to define the term first, because there's no use in me
Sure.
giving thoughts on a abstract concept. So
Sure.
So
I'm all ears.
What's your sense? How do you define feminism?
Feminism is just simply the advocacy of equality, both social, political, economic, on the basis of all genders everywhere. So that's what feminism is to me.
Do you concur?
I concur.
Do you concur?
Concurred.
Okay.
So you want me to
Do you
thought on that?
agree
or?
with their definition of feminism?
I mean, that would probably be the most agreed upon definition. So I do believe in equality under the law, obviously. I believe in equality for representation or enfranchisement to be able to vote, obviously. But you said economic equality. That's interesting. Do you think that female models and male models should be paid the same by law?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so we should make female actresses and models be paid less because they earn about 20 times more than men.
I think when
so
you get
women would get a
to-
pay cut. You're okay
I think
with
when
that?
it comes to creative fields like that, it's going to be very difficult to look at it on the basis of like sex or gender, how you would pay somebody, because that's going to have so many more factors than simply that. But if we're talking about equal economic opportunities, like for example, should like a man and woman doing the exact same position at a corporate office be paid the same if they're doing the same amount of work? Then
Well, it
yes.
depends on what they studied, depends how long they've been there, it depends if they're equally as good at the job, it depends
But
how...
all else being
Hold
equal,
on.
I'm saying
Pause this for a minute so I can read what you guys put in chat. Mineral Man just plain out says no. Okay. Been there and it didn't work. Yeah, me too, unfortunately. On both those questions, actually. I had to experience it. I tried dating a stripper for a little while and that didn't work at all. Not a very... I spent a point in time, I was in the bar entertainment industry. So I DJ'd a strip club for a while. So the inevitable outcome of that was me, I guess, humanizing strippers, for lack of another way to put it, to the point where, I mean, obviously strippers are human, but I got to the point where I ignored what they did for a living and, I justified the lifestyle to the point where I ended up dating a stripper and it lasted for about a month. I couldn't even deal with that. I ended up getting kicked out of the strip club and all this, blah, 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 because I'm too old school for that shit. And it doesn't work. I wasn't into politics so much back then, but I still was a Christian, and dating somebody in the sex trade, whether you want to call it that or not, I mean, you're getting naked for men for money. That's the sex trade. And it just didn't work. And like I said, I've dated women that lean progressive, but mostly they were pretty non-political, and they would, and they tried to, it was when I was getting into activism. So they tried to ignore my political activism and my political leanings, but sooner or later, as much as I focus on it in my life, because like I'm also a news junkie, so if we're sitting there eating dinner and I'm watching the news, I will just blurt out my opinion, and then it would lead to disagreements, and there's only so much you can not talk about stuff before this subject eventually has to come up, and then it just creates arguments and like the big things, the progressives believe, even slightly progressive people tend to agree with things that are deal breakers for me. Abortion, immigration, things that have to do with children, things that I'm very hardline. I'm kind of centrist in a lot of things, but there are hard lines that I have drawn, and even slightly progressive people tend to not believe in those lines. So there's no way that I could be in an intimate relationship with somebody who doesn't believe in the sanctity of marriage, or that doesn't believe that a fetus is a child. Those are just serious things for me. So I don't think that I could be in a relationship with somebody who doesn't, I'm very fortunate to be married to somebody whose political beliefs, pretty much 100% line up with mine. I don't ever recall us being in a political argument since we've met. we're on the same page with everything. You know, there are things in everyday life that we argue about, but as far as politics and basic beliefs in religion and human life and things of that sort, we agree 100%. So that makes it very, very, and she supports my activism. She supports my right-wing ideals and things of that sort. I feel really blessed with that. This is the first relationship that I've been in that I've been with somebody who agrees with me completely and totally on these things. So I really feel, I feel like I'm lucky to have met her on that front, on that count. The way I do things nowadays, you know, obviously I do this YouTube channel. I go to rallies and activism and events and things of that sort. If I was with somebody who wasn't in agreement with me on these things, it would cause major speed bumps in our relationship.
If all of
Hold
those
on.
things are equal, can we at least agree they should be made
That's
the
already
same?
that's already the law. So you're not allowed to discriminate based on gender or sex, based on a law passed in the 1970s.
Right, yeah.
However, what is now being tried to be passed through other movements is to try to swoop in and say, regardless of qualifications, how often you ask for a raise. So I'll ask a question. Why do you think, for example, the average male, it looks as if they earn more than an average woman in a city? Is it because of sexism or other factors?
I think sometimes implicit bias can be one factor among many, but like all the things that you mentioned earlier, different qualifications, different business acumen, skills, work output, numbers of hours work could all be things that impact pay.
Right. So
and like studies that like focus on the gaps between men and women like do make note of these differences.
Okay, SkizTech, thank you for the gift of 100 subs. Charlie, do you have a response?
No, I hear that. I do want to actually get back to even more of a fundamental question, and I'm sorry I didn't ask this.
Sure.
What is a woman?
Here we go.
A woman is somebody who presents as our social conception of womanhood.
So you
acts in such a way.
So Pixie, just can you answer that question without using the word woman or womanhood?
It's because basically it would be a functional definition. So as a society, we have an understanding of what woman is.
What
It's
is
a
that?
man.
Yeah, that's basically.
I am a man.
Well done.
Can you elaborate?
XY chromosomes.
Okay, but the problem with that is that I didn't check your chromosomes before coming in here and calling you a man, and you didn't check my chromosomes before coming in here.
Or genitals.
Or genitals, calling me a woman.
So let me just play this out. So first of all, you can't give me a definition without using the word woman.
That's a functional definition. Yeah, sure. Do you know what functional definitions are?
I'm very well aware, and you should have a functional definition for the most important question in civilization,
No.
right?
Well, the point of a functional definition, functional definitions are a definition that is by the function of something. So, like for example,
No, there's an objective
1 equals
definition.
1 is one is a function of 1. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I do. So then, can you give me an objective, a functional, utilitarian, any sort of biological definition of what a woman is? Because how can we debate feminism if we can't agree what a woman is?
I would even I feel like Pixie's definition absolutely satisfies the definition of what constitutes womanhood, but I would define it only slightly differently, which is that it's a person who performs a set of social roles that are typically associated with feminine characteristics, but not necessarily, because there are even cis women who fall outside of this, and we still consider them women nonetheless. Like butch lesbians, for example, are women that exhibit very masculine characteristics, but nonetheless society understands them to be women. So
I find cis to be a very offensive word, by the way. I don't know how you feel about the cis.
I don't
think it's hate
deeply about
speech,
that.
to be honest.
I didn't mean to trigger you, Brian. I would have given you a trigger warning before if I had known.
Do you think anyone can become a woman?
Yep, but not everyone will.
At what point do they become a woman?
It will depend on where they are in their gender transition for the most part.
Does it require drugs to become a woman?
No.
Personally, I think it's a mindset. It's a spiritual energy. It's the vibe that you give off. You know, like
the vibe. Before we continue on, I want to just give everyone an opportunity to answer totally fine. To answer Charlie's question, I know you two had already answered. What is a woman? Starting with
What
you.
is a woman? Seems like the ultimate question. Remember when that question was easy?
We'll come back to it.
And everybody knew what the answer was to that?
That's the best answer. That's the one that Ketanji Brown Jackson should have given in front of the Senate.
So come back to you? Or?
Yeah, come back to me. Come back to me. Let me
Sure,
brainstorm
okay,
on
go
that.
ahead.
Same. I'm a woman.
What is a woman?
Like, I don't.
What about you? Can I have you tilt your mic down just
Yeah,
a
of
tad?
course.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Right there.
Yeah.
I'm a woman, but I also do think that a woman is someone who identifies as a woman.
Circular.
And that's that.
I mean, theoretically, it's someone who's born with a womb, but this generation obviously has proven that men can turn into women. So I'm not discluding
How
that.
is
I
that
still
even-
think that they should be
Okay.
perceived
Nope.
as what they're portraying themselves as. But technically, I still think trans girls, they are a version of a man, but they can still be classed as a woman, which is a bit tricky, but yeah.
Molly?
She just
I'll say
contradicted
the same
herself
answer.
like 3
I
times.
think what constitutes as a woman is the energy that you give off and that you want to put out into the world.
So if being a woman or a female is a mindset, can your age also be a mindset? Can you choose to be, can you just say I feel 14, which is a classifiable mental condition, by the way,
So I will say, yes, I know people that act way younger than they actually are, and they love acting way younger than they actually are. And I know people that
Doesn't mean that they are that young.
act way older than they are, and they, and they pride themselves in that.
Okay, fair enough. So if a 35-year-old man claims he's 14, should we have any problem if he wants to have sex with another 14-year-old?
No. I'm not saying
No,
that you should.
Probably should have a problem, I think.
No, I'm not saying that
good
they
idea to have
should
a
be
problem.
able to have sex, but
But
they can
who's to say
state
he's not 14?
I feel 14.
Right,
They're
but-
allowed to state that.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200. The man who owns it paid himself 1.3 mil a day last year. He loves feminism. Today men acting female can be better women than real women. Feminism has failed you. How can the patriarchy help you today?
That was beautiful, Grid One. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, he's
Excellent.
so going back.
But if your identity is an energy or a feeling that can change, why would it be wrong for a 35-year-old to say he's 14? Therefore,
Because he's not.
But then how is someone who has male parts a woman if he's not
I feel
a
like
woman?
that's two different
It's
things.
different
Why?
because you
It's
can't
a
go
mindset,
back
isn't
in
it?
time.
Your age isn't a mindset. I
Well,
mean,
but then why is your sex or your gender a mindset and your age isn't?
I don't know which one is which. One of you could probably say, but sex and
Do you
gender
agree?
is
At
different.
least acknowledge that sex and gender are two separate things.
That's what I was going to say.
There are 0 genders, 2 sexes, and infinite personalities.
Okay.
Ooh.
Gender doesn't exist.
What do you mean?
Okay.
Sex does. So the parts you're born with is who you are.
How does gender not exist?
It's a 1960s clinical term, largely made out of the Academy of John
Clinical?
Money and Alfred Kinsey and many postmodern child psychiatrists, many of whom, by the way, were not really great people, but we don't have to go into that. But gender is a new term of the last 50 or 60 years.
Yeah, but it still exists.
But personalities exist. We can agree with that. Proclivities or interests or likes exist.
So by that definition, then if you're a woman or a man, is your energy. It is your personality.
Well, yeah, the goal, or what used to be the case, is the vast majority, 99.9% of all people, their biology and their reality, or how they viewed their reality, I should say, were in alignment. And now that's not so much the case. So people are, first of all, there's many elements to this. People are told that they can become something they can't. So they go on a very, very damaging, self-destructive pattern of medical interventions that even if you're pro-trans, you have to acknowledge that a hysterectomy at age 17 is not exactly an easy surgery.
I don't think anyone at 17 should be altering their body. But
No, I agree.
Yeah.
It's happening right now. Thousands of young kids across the country are getting what is called gender-affirming care, but it's irreversible
Care or
damage.
surgeries?
Both. So puberty blockers and hormone
There's
blockers.
thousands of kids that are getting hysterectomies across the United States.
No, thousands of kids are getting puberty blockers or hormone blockers or puberty blockers.
Yeah,
Probably
but
even more, tens of thousands.
You could stop using those, though.
And as far as breast reduction surgery or hysterectomies, we don't know the number, but I'll even say it's probably only a couple dozen. You're right. It's probably not thousands.
Right.
But we don't know the exact numbers, but an estimate is anywhere between 10 to 15,000 minors, and it's growing. are currently receiving monthly doses of hormone replacement therapy, estrogenic therapy.
Yeah, but you can stop those and be like...
Well, that's the question, right? There's a lot of detransitioners that are speaking out that are not able to puberty is not an assembly line that you could just push a button and restart. That is a increasingly disproven scientific theory right now. Chloe Cole is one of the most famous detransitioners who, she's in her 20s and she was sold a bill of goods, and when she was 16 she said, I think I'm a man, and she went on a very, very aggressive regimen of hormone blockers and puberty blockers, and she has huge regret, and hopefully one day she'll be able to have children again. But it gets back to a question of so I'm just making a point, though, that these ideas have consequences. It's more than just a silly question. Oh, what is a woman? That if you can't answer it, or at the very least say that you should allow minors to become adults before they make these decisions, then, and this is not a small thing, the quote-unquote gender-affirming care, we know that in California you have to be 18 years old to get a tattoo, and yet 14-year-olds can go to what we call a doctor and get a highly aggressive hormone replacement therapy treatment, sometimes without even notifying their parent. And all of these are ramifications of the inability to answer very simple biological questions.
I would be interested in seeing your exact study or citation for when it comes to puberty blockers, because I know a lot of people, or not a lot of people, there's a lot of people who end up on puberty blockers not because they're necessarily trans, but because they're going through puberty too early, and there are clear negative side effects and consequences of, let's say, a 10-year-old girl getting her period.
That's a separate. You're right.
Yeah, but it's used on cis children. I think what you're talking about is precocious puberty.
But it's not used on perfectly healthy, physically able-bodied children, right? So there's a great book that I guess we have
Modest
to do this.
Hikima donated $200. Charlie, sorry you had to travel to California for the show. My boy did you dirty by putting you next to the demon, WTF?
I don't think you're a demon,
life.
by the way.
Props on the new Rick Rickson.
Okay, well, maybe you are a demon. May Christ be
Pixie,
with
you are brain dead. Sad.
All right, Modest Hikama, good to see you in the chat.
I'll reference one book, and she's a non-political doctor. Her name is Dr. Miriam Grossman. It's a book called Lost in Transnation. She has treated, not just theorized. She's a clinician and a physician, not just someone who writes abstract medical journals. And she is one of the most outspoken people against what is called gender-affirming care. And she's treating hundreds of kids that are now damaged by this.
So I know detransitioners exist, but what do you say to the thousands of trans people that actually report happiness and being healthy after they receive gender-affirming care?
Don't doubt that in the short term, testosterone therapy from someone who has a fair amount of testosterone, it can make you feel confident. It can make you feel better in your skin. That is not a lasting effect, though.
But it is for some people.
Well, the suicide rate. I can't say that word. The self-harm rate after 8 to 10 years actually goes up. It nearly doubles, and we're still studying it. That's the other point, is that I'm not going to throw around a lot of studies here. And they very well might be right. It might have helped them individually, but let me give you an example. If a medication is on the market and it harms 1 in 250,000 people, for example, Robitussin. You guys ever take Robitussin?
No.
No, it's a cough thing. It's they found that one of their lots of Robitussin last week might have been contaminated, and they did a massive recall, right? And it was just a whisper of it. Okay. The point that is in medicine, the first rule used to be first do no harm. And the fact
still is, right?
No, they've changed it.
The Hippocratic Oath?
They've changed it, yeah. They have.
Who's they?
The American Medical Association and a lot of the medical institutions. It's similar, but it's not the same.
They've been changed by woke ideology?
Well, you'd be surprised, actually. The medical industry's been taken over by a lot of radical
All
forces.
doctors are woke now?
Well, for example, when they were giving monoclonal antibodies in the city of New York, they were prioritizing people based on the color of their skin. Black individuals in New York got monoclonal antibodies above their white counterparts.
Was it based on the color of their skin, or maybe their background related to their socioeconomic status?
It was racial, but I don't want to get too deep into that rabbit hole. But the point that I'm just trying to make is that in medicine in particular, you must have a cautious approach, even if there were pluses and positives, which might very well be true. If there's even a 1%, a 2% adverse event, you pull the drug immediately, because you first do no harm. If there's something that is actively damaging a society, and it's now a certifiable fact that we see thousands of young kids are being told that they can transition, when in reality they have other underlying issues that we should address. Depression, trauma, anxiety, or they're on the autism spectrum disorder, and they get mislabeled on whether a TikTok video or some sort of other thing makes them feel as if they might have, a transgender issue, when they very well might have other issues that need to be addressed. 1 in 27 men are young boys are autistic. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean
no,
to
totally fine. I just had a quick question for you two, since you guys had pretty strong positions on this. Can men get pregnant? Oh,
Grid
okay,
1
hold on.
Motorsports donated $200. If we want to talk numbers, then honesty requires we first admit that gender dysphoria is a mental condition which should be treated first before any physical treatments are given. Accuracy matters.
All right, Grid 1 Motorsports.
Okay, I just want to know how in the hell, this is multiple times that this Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200 just to get their comment read. Who has that kind of money? I'm in the wrong business. I definitely am.
They no longer call it gender dysphoria, unfortunately. I just want to, I would actually make your argument for you. They call, they don't even call it a medical condition. They call it, I actually don't even know what it's actually called. Gender dysphoria used to be the clinical term, but
they've changed it since.
So yeah, that's right. But I can go deeper into that. The old way we used to treat this is called watchful waiting, where we believed that puberty was the solution, not the problem. And almost every single case, and Europe was actually the pioneer of this, is that when you allow puberty to play its course, these individuals, they might end up being lesbian or gay, but not transgender. And that's a completely different thing that doesn't require hormones or eventually antidepressants on top of it. I'm sorry, Pixie, you were going to say something. So.
Yeah, my question was, can men get pregnant?
Two things. I would say if you're a biological male, if we're going to define male through biology or whatever, then no. I do want to push back on some things that I heard earlier.
Well, before you do that, go ahead. Aaron, do you have a answer to the...
I would say yes, because anybody who has a uterus has the capacity to give birth. So, for example, a trans guy who gets pregnant, yes, would be a man who is pregnant. But if you're talking about a man who is assigned a man at birth and does not have a uterus, then no, he doesn't have the ability to get pregnant. You're literally like crazy or what?
Anything at birth. You are what you are at birth.
So you want to know why young men are going away from the left? That's why young men are leaving the left.
Why? They want to get
Why?
Because what you just said is...
Because they're uncomfortable acknowledging reality.
What you
that
just,
some trans men can get pregnant.
What
it's
you
like,
get
basic
pregnant either,
vocabulary.
so that
yeah, exactly.
It's just a question. It's just a question, you know. I'll let you come in just a sec, Pixie. Which one of you referenced chromosomes?
Me.
Is that, well, you said like, oh, you didn't check our chromosomes, right?
Yeah.
Well, people understood what a woman was before chromosomes were discovered. So the definition does not require this type of abstraction.
People understood what a woman was on the basis of the societal norms at the time, generally speaking.
No, it's on biology.
It's about like the gonads. If you were at any point in your life going to produce large gametes, then you're a woman.
How society, at least most societies as well, outside of like Western as well, but even Western, we can make this argument. What they would look at is the way that a person is like necessarily performing. So what is their role? That's why you have like the idea of like non-binary, third gender, et cetera, because there have been people also who have not performed their role as like a male or female. So they're put into the third category,
still male or
third
female,
sex,
whether
whatever.
they act like it or not.
So I would argue that for the vast majority of human histories and societies, what they look at is what is your performance. And that maps on to what we do now, because we don't really look at biology, we look at people act. That's why, let me finish.
Go ahead.
That's why we also, the terms less manly, he's less of a man than him, or she's not that womanly, makes sense. If gender was truly a binary, those words would make no sense. It would be like cat and not cat. That doesn't, you can't have a in between really. And the same thing applies for gender. There is a spectrum there. That's why the words less womanly, more womanly, more manly, less manly makes sense to us.
And all of those things are fluid throughout time. Like what constituted like masculine tendencies or behaviors will be different now than it was several years ago. Or even like things like colors. Like for example, pink used to be considered a masculine color. Pink is no longer really considered a masculine color. It's considered a feminine color. So there's never anything inherently masculine about the color blue or the color pink or anything like that. That could always change at any given point in time.
Do you think that male brains and female brains, or men and women brains, are different? Wired differently?
There are differences between male and female brains, but I believe it's a matter of like statistical averages of like gray matter. There's not going to be like distinct anatomical features that differentiate a female brain from a male brain.
Really?
You
really think that?
Well, no, it's proven like scientifically.
Well,
like
no,
when we
it's
take,
not.
yes, it is. When we take a brain scan of a male and female, the average doctor can't look and be like, that is a male brain right there.
Not true.
Now,
no, hold on.
Wait,
if you do a SPECT scan, if you do a SPECT scan, you can see what parts of the brain light up. And in a woman, the basal ganglia and the amygdala is far more active, which is the inner thought matrix. Women have a far busier inner thought life than men do. Would you guys agree with that?
I agree.
Right,
I was
but-
gonna say it's very.
So that's not true.
It's very well known that like men generally are more on the logical side of things, and women are more on the emotional side of things. And I think that has a big role, or the way that our brains are wired has a big role to play. I'm not saying that if you took babies who were completely unmolded, that their brains would look different. But I think as we age, living in the gender that we are given, our brains become attuned to certain things, and that's why parts of our
Yeah,
brain
like
light up.
piggybacking off of that point, I don't doubt that the studies that you looked at did find differences in like brain mapping scans between men and women, but the key thing is that they looked at men and women. So that's already a brain that's been subjected to a lifetime, or not a lifetime, but like decades long
So, June,
socialization.
let-
So
I that
that socialization
wanna
is
make
going
sure-
to impact it. If you looked
Sorry, I
at
don't mean to
like a
interrupt,
brain
yeah.
scan of like infants, for example, like a male infant and a female infant, it would be like how different would it really
So-
look? Do you think it would look significantly different?
No, it's not even close. Of course it's different. And I could prove it to you in two ways. But the first one, do you guys know the John Money gender experiment?
No.
So, okay, I'll just really quick. John Money, who is a total creep, he believed that this is before we mapped the human genome. Okay, this is before we even knew about chromosomes. He said that men and women are blank slates at birth, and he said that they're formed through the toys we give them, the colors we appropriate to them, and they're blank slates. There was these identical twins. One of the twins burns themselves terribly in the genitals, and he said raise that twin as a girl. And basically his entire life he was tortured, and awful story, eventually rebelled against John Money. And this twin eventually was told that, hey, you were born a boy but raised as a girl, and even had a vagina put onto you artificially. And he was like, instead of being mad, he was relieved, because he said, I knew I was a boy all along. So there's no clinical evidence to support that. Secondly, though, it's a funnier one, okay? Hear me out. And I think this will resonate with all of you. Harvard University locked a group of men in a room alone, 100 of them, and a group of women in a room alone, okay? And they said, what did you think about for 30 minutes? The men, no surprise, sex and sports. The young ladies, what did they think of for 30 minutes? They replayed conversations that they had in the last couple of days.
Real.
For the record, a man has never replayed conversations that they've had.
Do that?
I
Our
do that
brains,
all the time.
our
I do that
brains are
too.
different, everybody.
Do you really not do that?
I feel like I overthink
No, of course not.
You don't
Hold
think
on,
about
I'm making-
conversations. that
You've
you
never
have?
had like a shower arguments or like shower thoughts or anything like that?
No, and that's not society, my friend. That is biology. You are wired to have those rethought. We aren't. It's not a learned behavior. It's not about dolls. It's not about dresses. Our biology, our brains are made differently.
You've
I don't
really
think
never
anyone's
thought about a
disputing that we
conversation
have
after?
like
We
different.
don't
Yeah, no,
replay
I
any
agree with that.
conversations.
Ever.
Men
You've
don't.
never
but
like
the-
done that.
The thing.
Really?
where
Am I trans?
trans
Because
people-
sometimes sometimes I will.
You gotta go on
Very
hormone
rarely,
blockers.
though. Very rarely, sometimes occasionally.
Men are
I'll
very
replay
forward
conversation.
thinking. What is next? The job, the interview tomorrow. And not saying women aren't. Women are very reflective. That's why females are better at poetry. Women are better at the more relational type aspects of being a nurse or an elementary school teacher. Again, that's not learned behavior. There is a biological element to it, and it starts with, we don't even understand the brain as much as we can. We understand like 1% of 1% of it. But I think that study, and your reaction affirms it, because if I had a group of men around you, like, what do you think of when you're alone? Like, I just think of the NFC Championship game, the stock market, and all the women I've been with or the women I want to be with. It's a little different.
Do you think if they had conducted this study in a different country, that the men and women would have given the same answers?
Yes, I think that these things are universal. And I mean, I can't say to that. That would be my speculation, that the men in Iran are thinking about soccer and Persian women, and the women are thinking about, what's going on in their local neighborhood. These things transcend continent, they transcend culture, and we know that because one of the arguments that you were making is that, well, at the fundamental root, these are learned and acted, these are put on by Western society, but you go into African villages, like very poor third world African villages, they don't even have a term for transgender. The idea that a man can become a woman or a woman can become man, this is a uniquely Western phenomenon that is born out of the academy, born out of college, that I will say, and I think we could agree, is largely they prey on people that have other underlying issues, and then it gets built on top of that. Autism spectrum disorder, depression, anxiety, some other sort of bipolar, schizophrenia, trauma, things of that nature.
I challenge you, and trust me, I've had interactions with lots of these, being in Portland and being, granted, most transgenders I meet are in a environment of activism and conflict between left and right politics and whatever. But I challenge you to bring me one transgender person that doesn't have some sort of mental disability, emotional instability outside of the transgender issue. I've even met, there are right-wing transgenders out there, believe it or not. I've met a few of them, and they will admit that they have issues, underlying issues that led to their decision to live a transgender lifestyle. It's just a thing, and you know, like he said, I believe it's uniquely Western, because that's why, you know, these activists, the lefty activists, want to stand up for Middle Eastern countries and this and that and this and that, and they don't understand that they don't put up with it over there. They're, you know, what's the saying? A chicken rallying for KFC is kind of what they're doing, and because they think it's unnatural, they think it's against God, or Allah as they may call it, and they won't put up with it. And you won't see it over there. Even if, I mean, mental illness exists everywhere, and as much as Western culture has influenced the rest of the planet, I'm sure that there are isolated cases of them in different cultures, but they'll hide. They'll not be out in public with it. They definitely aren't going to march in the streets of Tehran or, you know, whatever the capital of Iran is. It just doesn't happen. The Western culture are the ones that allow this stuff. And then these people that are in this lifestyle want to complain about Western culture, when Western culture is the only culture that allows them to exist as how they want to exist. So it's rather ironic.
There's a couple of things to push back here. Brian.
If you can, quick.
I don't mean to monopolize.
Yeah, Mean Old Man, I haven't seen this either. I didn't know this existed until a couple days ago.
I want to
So
push
I'm
because
watching
like,
it
there are
right along
audience
with
and
you
cultures that
guys.
we could search up right now.
This,
China, India, various like Native American.
Just so you guys know, there's still quite a bit of this left. There's still an hour and like 20 minutes left of this, but I'm going to have to shut this down at 6 o'clock at the very latest, so I can get my stuff done before everybody comes in here to the office. I don't want to be the guy that sat here on his computer all night and didn't get my work done. So I got until 6 o'clock my time, which is 35 minutes from now. So we'll cram in as much as we can in the next 35 minutes, and then I will tell you guys where to find it, and you guys can watch the rest on your own, or we can watch the rest on another live later if you guys want. However you guys want to deal with it.
Like histories that have recognized the idea of like third gender or outside gender that doesn't fit into this binary. So I wouldn't say it's just Western.
That is
and
true.
then
Drink coffee. That's a new name. Welcome, welcome.
No, you please continue. You are right. I can address that at length. I don't think it's fruitful.
Okay,
Keep
okay,
going.
go ahead.
Okay.
You're not wrong.
And then on top of that, you gave a case study. I kind of want to give a case study
I
about
agree with that statement.
NPR did a
Drink
article
coffee,
on this.
I
I can't remember the name, but basically it was about
Yeah,
a
you guys watch
person
for a
who
minute. I'll
felt
be right
gender
back. I hear
fluid.
stuff outside.
And when they felt like they were a man and they did things like facial recognition or other tests regarding that, they would score like a man does, like higher than most women. But when they got into the mindset of being a woman, they would score higher in woman-related tasks. So yeah, it does come back. You're saying like this is all predisposed biology, but there might be something to be said about like, oh no, if you're thinking like a man, the mindset of a man, maybe that's more in tune with certain ways of thinking versus thinking like a woman. That doesn't mean it's all 100% biological basis. It means that like, hey, if you're raised to think in a certain pattern, you're going to perform in that pattern.
I agree. I mean, if a society can mold you, of course, but you're dealing with very powerful raw material that's underestimated in the current cultural conversation, and you can only guide that raw material so much. So let me ask another hypothetical. I'll just tell you, if I sit down with men, what do they always talk about? They talk about macro concepts, big things, stock market, sports, things that are very, like let's just say bigger than individual. Women, if you sit down, they'll talk a lot about conversations or relationships, their kids, very micro. This, one of the reasons why men and women brains are different and they continue to be different is there's different skill sets. And I think we can all acknowledge that. Like, men are better at some things than women, and women are better at some things than men. I don't know why that is a wildly
the way that you frame it is like, oh, women are awesome at like small talk and like sewing or whatever, and then men are just awesome at like the stock market and being CEOs.
Let me ask you a question. But hold on. Let me ask you a question. Why is it that the International Chess Foundation doesn't want biological men who believe they are women to compete with women? They say that will not allow trans men into the female category. Why is that?
I can't speak to that, but I'm just, if you're going to talk about like representation being the thing that lets you know that, oh, men are obviously smarter, you could break this down to race.
I never said smarter. I said different.
Then different.
Women.
Okay, then we could say this.
My wife does things with my child that I can't even dream of doing, such as having an intuition, compassion, empathy. She can operate on 30 minutes of sleep. I need 8 hours, or else I'm like a
Don't underestimate yourself, Charlie.
Hold
I
on
think
a
you
second.
could definitely
No, hold on. No, women have a different giftedness, I believe, given by God that is completely different than men. I never said smarter. In fact, a woman's intuition is far better than my intuition. I trust my wife's gut when it comes to people, when it comes to relationships, and she leans on me for, investments or politics. We are given different gifting. Now, with that being said, some women have a gifting in that direction. Those are the exception, though. There is a general rule, and the general rule is that women are far more gifted at people and caretaking and the intimate. I don't mean that demeaning or derogatory. I never use the word smarter or dumber. That you might be inferred. Oh, thank you.
Okay, hi, Shiloh.
I actually very much agree with what you're saying. Me personally, I mean, sexuality is a big part of my life, and I think what you're saying
Thank you for the
actually
late
really
reply,
ties
Robbie.
into a lot of like sexuality, because it's the man's role to be,
I try to stick in chat while I'm driving too, and it
family,
doesn't always work
the
out that well.
man's role to kind of be the governing force of the family, take care of everything on the outside, take care of, the finances, the stocks, all of that, and to kind of be the rock for all of the little things that the woman has to go through during the day. Just all the little conversations, all the things that she has to deal with that you're not there. And I think that
I agree, Robbie. I agree.
it's a really beautiful thing, like yin and yang, like
Same thing here in America.
there's
Bro. It's not
parts
just
of men
Canada.
that complement women, and there's parts of women that complement men. And the best thing is there's things that women can do that men cannot, and there's things that men can do that women cannot. And I think that the issue is we try and figure out like who's better, who's more powerful, who can, who gets to say what happens. And I think that the issue that's really dividing, and the beauty comes when you kind of bring those skills together.
That's wonderfully said, Molly.
That was beautiful, Molly. Let me switch to something really quick. We do have two chats we have to read, then we'll come back to this topic. We have Doc here. M. Scott Peck defined love as the act of promoting one's spiritual growth. The emotion of love is experienced when we act accordingly. Most of this panel confuses love with eros, sad. Hey, Doc, thank you so much, man. Appreciate your support. Thank you. Good to see you back in the chat. We have Charlie Kirk, fan. May I ask the panel, do you think the long-term benefits of commitment and monogamy outweigh the short-term dopamine hits that come with less committed, less loyal, damaging relationships / hookups? We can go around the panel really quick on that. Starting with you, go ahead.
Could you explain a little bit more? Give me a little bit more.
So can I tell them about dopamine?
Sure.
So dopamine is called a neurotransmitter. It goes super fast, like 1,000,000 miles an hour. Not that fast, but like almost. Yeah, there you go. It is the reward molecule. So dopamine comes out when you have certain things. A rewarding. It's forward looking, right? So you actually don't get a dopamine release when you hit the climax. That's serotonin or oxytocin. It is in anticipate hungry, you're going for a good, or you're going to the next porn video, or whatever it might be. So the dopamine hits are addictive. So whatever gives you dopamine, you want more of. And your brain is really dopamine dumb, so it doesn't know when it's had too much. But we've learned in the dopamine science. I'm sorry to monopolize on this, but
go ahead.
There's a great book by a woman by the name of Dr. Anna Lemke, who did the best book on dopamine. It's called Dopamine Nation. Is that for every interval you go up with dopamine, you must go down. That's why when people go really deep into dopamine, they end up getting into depression in the days or the weeks that follow. So you go to a rock concert, you're so overwhelmed, you might do some drugs, cocaine spikes dopamine, alcohol spikes dopamine, sex spikes dopamine. Your brain then has to interval back. So the next 4 days, you're like, I feel so low. It's nothing wrong with you. And so that's one of my arguments against pornography, is that without you know it, you're actually lowering your dopamine interval. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. It is. Can you repeat the question one more time? With the actual
Yeah,
question?
it's about. Do you think the dopamine hits are worth it?
The long-term benefits of commitment and monogamy, do they outweigh the short-term dopamine hits that come with less committed, less loyal, damaging relationships / hookups? For example, it might be very exciting if you're, jumping from one casual hookup to the next, but does that excitement outweigh the long-term benefits of commitment, long-term relationships, monogamy, etc.?
For me personally, I value, I want a long-term commitment. I want a loyal relationship, and I don't really do the hookup culture. I only have sex with whoever I'm with, whoever I'm dating. I feel like everybody's entitled to their own opinion as well too, but for me personally, I feel like it's not worth it, and I rather put this into words. Sorry.
Let me address that, Robbie. You're absolutely right. This is what drives me. They're like, oh, he was an evil person. He was anti this and anti that and whatever. He had an opinion. He felt very strongly about it, and he wasn't afraid to speak on it. But look at this. I mean, he is the gentlest, kindest soul. I mean, he's definitely outnumbered on this panel. And he's not gotten excited. He's not gotten worked up. He's not gotten angry. He's not gotten confrontational. Even when he completely disagrees with them, he's respectful. He's kind. It's like, I hate to use this in this way, but he's a loving soul. And it irritates me to hear people say, bad things about him. I understand that you may not agree with what he said. A lot of people don't like the fact that he went to college campuses and was influencing young kids and all this kind of stuff. And I understand that. I don't agree, but I understand that. You having a differing view than his and not agreeing with everything he said, but that doesn't mean he's an evil person. It doesn't mean, he treats people with respect, understanding. He tried to put things out there in a way that was non-offensive. Even when he was being offensive, sometimes you can't help it in a debate, but he still tried to be respectful and kind with his disagreements. So yeah, Robbie, I get it. And I get annoyed by people that talk shit about him, because most of the time, most of these people that talk shit about him never even watched him. They haven't watched this. They haven't watched his Change My Mind things. They haven't watched any of the Turning Point events. They just, the things that they get told on X by other fellow progressives that are spewing out hatred and anger. That's not Charlie. That's not Charlie whatsoever. I still have a hard time watching these videos without getting upset. I can't imagine how people actually do. Yeah, that too. I agree with that too. I mean, it does sometimes. I try not to think about the fact that he's no longer here, because then I'll get emotional too. So I get it. And that's why you'll catch me saying, you'll catch me talking about Charlie in the present tense, because I don't like to think about the fact that he's no longer with us. So sometimes I slip up with that, but that's why, because I don't like to think about what happened. I'm a compartmentalizer. So sometimes I literally forget about what happened, because I try to put that in the back of my mind. Otherwise, it occupies my thoughts.
My thoughts a little bit, but that's my opinion on it.
Me personally, I enjoy that stability, but those are my personal preferences that I'm not really interested in imposing upon other people. So I think it really comes down to, if hookups are the thing that make you happy or whatever, I don't see anything wrong with going that way.
I think I'm confused with the question.
Okay. It's really not a hard question, is it?
Yeah, I'm not into hookup culture, so.
Okay. Juice worth the squeeze. That's basically the question.
Hookup culture, but
is being a slut worth not having a long-time relationship?
If that's, again, what makes you happy. But I think kind of being single for a year and going on dates, I wasn't in hookup culture necessarily, but I was going on dates with multiple people. It can be a little depressing, for sure.
When you say you were going on dates with multiple people, what was in a average week, what was how many dates were you going on?
I wasn't too like date. It was, I was on Hinge, I was on Tinder. I would maybe have a date with 1 or 2 people a week. Sometimes for a few weeks I wouldn't have any dates. But yeah, it would be kind of depressing. You could, go on a date with someone multiple times and then it doesn't work out, and then, but I do think I do want something like long term, because I don't think personally that is good for me because of the person that I am. So
Sure.
yeah.
What about you, Tina?
Long-term commitment kind of feels like prison to me.
Alright.
So I'm just chilling, doing what I want to do. I'm not a big fan of hookup culture, but obviously I do it for filming, so that kind of gives me what I need. But then I'm chilling.
Nick Schmexy donated $200.
Oh.
Hey Brian and Charlie,
Thanks, Nick.
will you guys post the stream after? I haven't been paying attention because I'm whacking off to Angel and Sophia.
Welcome to the Whatever podcast, where we should probably moderate these. Appreciate it, Nick.
I do have I mean, you all deserve better men than what America's producing. I mean that. You deserve better men than what this culture is producing.
Okay. Well, Tina, coming back to you really quick. I mean, in some of your pre-show notes here that you provided, you said, for example, that you guessed
So literally, a guy just paid $200 to tell everybody that he was baiting to the girls in the panel. What is even with these people? He paid $200 to say, my hand is under the desk. What is happening?
Boys end up sleeping through friend groups. Hot take could be that you're all for open, non-traditional relationships. You said at one time you left a guy asleep in your hotel room to go hook up with 3 other guys.
Girl boss.
There's more there. I can read more. You also said commitment to one person is difficult for you. I suppose it's good that you're at least self-aware. Do you care to elaborate a bit on that?
On which part? I don't know. There was a lot out there. The story, though, yeah, I did once leave a guy in my hotel room. He fell asleep. He just kept dragging on about how I do OnlyFans, and you can tell that he was getting turned on by it.
No, you have a good rest of your day,
My biggest
Robbie.
ick is when guys
I will see you the next
are
time
like
I'm
so
on.
interested in what I do for work, because that's
Appreciate
my work.
you hanging
So
out,
I'm talking
bud.
to you about it. I'm just talking to you like it's my work. So if you're like talking to me and you're kind of getting excited, you're thinking you're gonna hook up or something, I'm just like, I'm so turned off.
Yeah.
So luckily he fell asleep in my room. Luckily, I went for a shower because I was like, if anything's gonna happen, I may as well shower, be fresh anyways. I wasn't really into him, but I was like, sometimes you just have to put up with some things. But when I was in the shower, he fell asleep, and also while I was in the shower, I got a text from another guy that was in the hotel. There was an event going on, and he was like, come say goodbye to me. And I was like, okay. And I went up and we did our thing, and then while we were doing our thing, his coach and his manager were like knocking on his door to try get him to get on his flight because he had an early flight, and then they just joined in, and I like got a text then from the guy that was asleep in my room, and he was just like, did you leave? And I was like, yeah, I had to go say bye to a friend. And then I never heard from him again, but that was good though because he was weird.
Haram!
Okay, so that's pretty interesting. We'll come back to that later. Molly, did you have a response to the chat that came in?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
For me, I think that relationship stability and those little dopamine hookup hits come together.
If you're talking to me, Coffee,
both.
I echo
So
that sentiment.
For me, like,
I hope some
I have sex at
unexpected
work
money comes to me today
with
too.
people that aren't my
It
boyfriend,
may
so,
if my payment
like,
comes through.
yes,
the
it
first
is
time I got
very
paid by YouTube, so that'd be great.
chemically draining after you have an orgasm. And, like, obviously, you're tired. You're depleted.
I hope
of
some
all
unexpected
those
money comes to
crazy
Robbie too. I hope
dopamine,
everybody
whatevers.
gets that.
And you get a little sad. So after my scenes, when I'm driving home, the only thing that's like, oh, like I'm not gonna be alone. Like I'm gonna have my boyfriend. Like we're gonna hang out, and he's gonna love me, and like he's gonna be so proud of me because I did work today. And yeah, like it all just kind of ties in. Like if I didn't have those little dopamine hits, I would feel like I was in prison, and I'm sure he would feel the same way. So it all works out.
Oh, we have another one coming.
Okay, hang on. So I have a question, guys. And I got to back it up slightly to ask this question. Right there. So I don't know. Can you guys see my cursor or not? But the girl in the background that's there between dude, I can't remember his name in Charlie. The Asian appearing girl with the old helmet on. This show seems to focus on kind of owning women that objectify themselves. What is she doing? What is her role other than to sit back there and look cute? Which, according to definition, is objectifying a woman. I don't understand her. I don't understand why she's on that show. Because, like I said, the women that objectify themselves or that allow themselves to be objectified, they make fun of on this show, but yet they're objectifying a woman back there. I'm still a little confused about the premise of that. Just saying. That's an observation.
The only thing that's like, oh, like I'm not gonna be alone. Like I'm gonna have my boyfriend. Like we're gonna hang out, and he's gonna love me, and like he's gonna be so proud of me because I did work today, and yeah, like it all just kind of ties in. Like if I didn't have those little dopamine hits, I would feel like I was in prison, and I'm sure he would feel the same way. So it all works out.
Oh, we have another one coming.
Modest Hikima donated $200. Charlie stole my usual question of war. Even wearing my Matt Walsh flannel and WTF. So, spawn of Satan, how much more traffic do you expect to Europe from nips rather than wearing clothes?
All right, they're spicy tonight, eh? Modest Hikima, thank you, appreciate it.
About 3% more traffic.
About 3.5% more traffic is what Molly's expecting. Charlie, it sounds like you're about to come in on something. Do you have something quick on that?
No, just look, dopamine is a very serious chemical. If you mismanage it, it could lead a lot of people to self-harm and to depression. And so, but there are ways to healthily manage dopamine, and it is ways such as fulfilling work, purpose, relationships, a spiritual life, eating healthy, intermittent fasting, cold water exposure. So just be very careful for whatever it's worth. Not that you're going to listen to what I say, because if you start to overindulge in cheap dopamine hits, then you're going to need a bigger and bigger dopamine hit, and then eventually you get to a place where you can't hit that high again, and then you crater and you crash. And my prayer for all of you is that you don't have to live through that, because it's pretty dark.
I want to bring it back because the trans topic came up before, and if I can try to relate it to dating here, I do want to go around the panel on this. Do you, and I mean this could go both ways, but to the panel, do you object to a man not wanting to date a trans woman? Do you think that would be transphobic if a man did not want to date a trans woman? Starting with you, we'll go around the panel. Go ahead.
I don't think so. I don't think it would be transphobic.
No, and any trans advocate who says that it is like a psyop there to make trans advocates look bad. I don't think it's transphobic at all. It's perfectly fine to have genital preferences.
Okay.
Same.
Pixie?
Everyone's allowed to have whatever preference they want.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah, I basically agree as well. I just think it's preference.
Concur.
Okay. All right. Fair.
You don't need to know my answer.
Now, how about this, though, to kind of take it to another layer? You know, dating apps are incredibly popular. Most people are meeting online nowadays, on dating apps, social media, whatever. Do you think that somebody's trans, whether trans man, trans woman, do you think they have a duty to disclose, for example, on a dating app, a duty to disclose that they are trans? And if so, at what point should they? You know, for example, should it be on their profile, during messaging, before a date is scheduled, on a first date, second date,
I think
before
it should be
intimacy,
prominent.
after intimacy? Any thoughts on that, starting with you?
I think, okay, so in full disclosure, my wife and I met on a dating app, and we immediately started talking, and we got honest with each other right off the bat. I think that's a huge thing. I think that should be disclosed right off the bat. I think it should be on their profile. Considering that most dating apps ask you if you're male or female, and then that is prominent on your profile. I remember back in the day, it used to be man seeking female or female seeking female or whatever. They even used to put that on there. But that is a huge thing. And that is, you know, that dictates whose preferences you appeal to. And I think it should be, and it's like, especially a lot of these dating apps are hookup sites. And this is why, and I'm not saying it's okay to do physical violence against anyone. Don't take this the wrong way. But you get a lot of these trans people that hide, that keep it a secret until the last minute. And then when it's revealed, it's huge. It's tragic. Because that's a hell of a thing to drop on a guy when you think you're going to, climb into bed with a hot chick or something, because some of these trannies pull it off really, really well. Some of these transgender people pull it off very well. And that's a hell of a thing to find out. I mean, seriously, that's deception in my opinion. There are people that are attracted to that. So why don't you disclose it and focus on the people that think that's okay? Focus on the people that aren't turned off by that and aren't going to be negatively surprised. It kind of almost seems like a safety thing. You hear about it in the news, these people that take a trans person home and then find out, a dude takes what he thinks is a woman home and then finds out that he's got, a third leg hanging there. That's a hell of a thing to find out at the last minute. And I can't lie. If that happened to me, I would be tempted to do something awful in that case. So, I think it should be disclosed right off the bat, and it's going to come out. You cannot, in today's society, when everybody is promiscuous, you can't expect it not to come out eventually, no pun intended. So why would you not disclose it from the beginning and say, look, just so there's no surprises, I'll let you know. I have male anatomy down there, although I wear makeup and, switch my hips when I walk. Got a nice set of legs and whatever, because like I said, some of them pull it off very well. I'm going to let you know that when I get naked, we're going to sword fight. And then you go from there or you don't go from there. I don't see why it's an issue. But if it doesn't matter what it is. If you hook up with a woman or another individual and you find out that they're keeping a giant secret from you right off the get-go, that can lead to a very bad situation. So why would you want to do that? I mean, people get mad. A woman will get mad at a single dad if he doesn't disclose the fact that he's got kids and he's a single dad. I think that's a hell of a lot less of an issue than finding out you're going to sword fight with somebody that you thought was a female. So the double standard is ridiculous. And yeah, disclose it from the very get-go, and that way you're only attracting people or interacting with people that are okay with it. There are people that are okay with it, so deal with those people, and it becomes not a tragic issue. I think it should be disclosed right off the get-go. That's my opinion.
Personally, first off, I hate going first. I get a little nervous sometimes.
Yeah, no, it's tough. You're in the hot seat.
I'm in the hot seat, but I don't mind. Well, personally, I feel like they should definitely before intimacy.
Well, that sounds kind
definitely,
of scary,
and also maybe even before they start building an emotional connection. Because if you want somebody to really accept you and love you for who you are, you should, be honest and come out with everything.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
Aaron,
I think.
Any thoughts?
I think that they should, but for that trans person's own safety, not necessarily for the benefit of anybody else. And as far as I know, most trans people already willingly disclose this because it's obviously something that's going to come up very quickly in their dating life. So,
I mean,
but I have a
why
question
not both? ¿Por qué no los dos?
Well, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think people should disclose their race?
Should they disclose their race?
On a dating app?
I'm not totally sure how that's relevant, but
You can usually tell that by
isn't
somebody's
their race
profile
to some
picture.
degree.
Race or ethnicity?
Evident.
Race
A
slash
bit.
ethnicity.
Like, should a mixed person say that they're half black?
What? I mean, I'm not really understanding the question, but
Which part?
And race is not
well,
something you
if
choose.
they should
you or
disclose
me.
if they're half
No, I'm
black,
asking
I
if
mean-
you think that like people should disclose like race, ethnicity, like if you are half Chinese or if you're half black or anything like that.
No, I mean, this is not a topic I've really given thought
Erica
to, but
Kurt
here, I'll
Charlie's
let this-
wife donated $200. I love you, babe. I'm so
Dear
proud of
bots.
you and so blessed to be your wife. Great discussion.
Is that actually Erica?
She's very busy right now.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Maybe,
whoever that
maybe
is,
Erica.
or
Okay. All right.
But somebody's race and being
Wait, what's that? Is it-
transgender are
It's her.
not
Oh,
even
okay.
close
Hey,
to being
Erica, what's
distinct.
up?
That's cute.
W's in the chat for Erica.
That's cute. We
love
W's
you,
in the chat.
Erica.
But you haven't given it much thought. But what's your
Sure.
gut reaction?
Should they disclose? Well,
Race, ethnicity.
I'm wondering. I'm thinking. I'm not on any dating apps currently, but I do think on Hinge, for example, there might be a section to. And I'm trying to recall if there is something where you can actually put your
I think
race, like
there
if you're
is.
Native American, if should somebody have
Yeah,
to?
but should they?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Why not?
Because it's an immutable character thing, or it's a physical trait that you don't have any control over. It's different than transgenderism. And the thing is the only time race would really make a difference, I think, in my personal opinion, like let's say if I was still on a dating app, would be if you have a skin color preference. I don't really. I haven't dated many women of color, but I have. I think a beautiful woman's a beautiful woman, period. Doesn't matter what color she is. And I've seen, I'm not into really Asian women, but I've seen beautiful Asian women. I've seen beautiful black, African women. I've seen beautiful Middle Eastern women. A beautiful woman's a beautiful woman. It doesn't matter what race or ethnicity she is. If you want to disclose it because it's part of your personality, if you're a blacktivist, it would be important to say that I'm black and I think that's important. That should be your choice to disclose it. If it's that much a part of your identity, just like being gay, if that's a huge part of your identity, then you need to disclose that because that's important as far as a relationship goes and your interaction with another person. But race is not something, or ethnicity is not something that you choose. It's not something that you actively do usually, as opposed to faking your gender or whatever. A, that's a lifestyle thing. B, it's a deceptive thing, in my opinion. If you're a man pretending to be a woman and let's say you pass it off very well, let's face it, most of the time you can tell. But there are selective examples where they pull it off very well. To me, that's being deceiving. If you're living your life as a woman but you have male genitalia, that's deceiving somebody. And that's an instant turnoff right from the get-go. If you're living a life of deception, I don't want to date you. I don't want to deal with you. And that's above and beyond your physical traits. That's the fact that you're not an honest person. So, at least if you are living a transgender lifestyle and you put that right out from the jump, at least I can know that you're honest, and that's a good start. But if you're hiding something, that's bad right from the get-go. But normally, on most occasions, you can't hide your race or ethnicity. People can look at that, and if it matters to somebody, they will be able to. People can look at you and tell that you're Latino. People can look at you and tell that you're Middle Eastern. And 90% of the time, if you can't tell just by looking at somebody, it's not going to matter. Because that's why people care. People care because they have physical preferences as to what their significant other would look like. But if say you're a mulatto, you're half black, half white, but you look really white, then somebody who's not into black people is not going to look at you as somebody like that. Like, I'm not into really dark black women, but I know some half and halves. I know some mulattoes, that are absolutely freaking beautiful. I'm okay with a chick having a tan. Like, I guess the term would be like caramel black women. I think light-skinned black women can be absolutely now. Full disclosure, there are a couple of dark-skinned black women out there that are beautiful that I've seen. I'm sure there's lots of them. I'm not saying that correctly, but I'm not into dark black women. But I've seen some dark black women that are absolutely beautiful. But they wouldn't have to tell me that they're black. I could decipher that on my own from their profile picture. But obviously, you don't show your genitalia on your profile picture, so you should probably disclose that. Apples and oranges.
I think it's a bit different, though. I mean, it's certainly different.
It is different, but I think that kind of hesitation is kind of what you articulate from, like you're articulating perfectly what trans people feel like. Is that I know that they will do it,
I think it's a little different,
the hesitation
though. I think it's
like
quite
why they shouldn't have
different.
to.
I think it's quite different. But what I would like to allow everybody else to answer the question. So,
I forgot the question. What? Oh, if they should
disclosure at what point should it be?
I think they should, only for obviously the safety of them. I think.
Okay. Well, and maybe also for the benefit of the other person. Although it seems like, Aaron, you object to. You don't think there should be any benefit to the person on the other side.
I think there will naturally be a benefit to it, but I don't think you're entitled to know that information any more than you're entitled to know
if you're
the
dating,
race. Not
you are
starting off
entitled
with
to
the
know
dating
that.
profile. I think eventually,
Not as a
yes,
general
for sure.
rule, I agree, but if you're dating somebody,
in the same way, like the race sensitivity thing,
tackle that.
pretty much
But I
entitled to
think
know
that can
that.
be very readily apparent just by looking at their photos.
or like sexuality, for example, because you can't tell someone's gay or bisexual.
Well, there
right?
is on Hinge, I do believe you can specify if you're straight, if you're bisexual.
But is it a red flag if they don't do that to you?
No, not necessarily. But I mean, even I think on your end, I think you're. And actually, I do think on Hinge there are these filters, and I do think you can include. I don't know if it's your skin color, your race, or whatever. I think it is your race or ethnicity. You can list it, and you can also.
But it is crucial to know somebody. Okay. I don't want to waste my time getting intimate, spending energy on a woman to find out that she just likes women. I don't understand how that even works. So why would a gay woman want to waste their time on a dating site with me when I'm obviously not a woman? So how is that not an issue? I'm confused about this.
By it. Same with sexuality too. There's certainly not something there for your actual sex, though. There's no. I mean, you can put your gender, but we know that. Well, that wouldn't necessarily indicate.
That could be
what the
inclusive of
person's-
trans people.
Yes. So. Oh. Did you answer the question?
Kind of.
Okay, Pixie, did you have something?
Yeah,
on
I
this?
basically was just saying, for the safety of them, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
I would say you should, but only if you're thinking about this person as somebody who you're seriously gonna date. I see it similar to for example, political orientation or whatever.
Sure.
Where it's this is another reason why like I'm also not a big proponent of hookup culture, because it's like I feel like when people hook up, they're just hooking up. There's no necessarily like set of like morals or anything to follow like beforehand very much, because it's like a very casual encounter. People don't feel like they have those duties for each other.
Charlie's ex-wife donated $200. Hey Charlie, you better not be edging to Sophia or Angel right now. You've been looking a little too much. Anyway, see you later, babe. Exo kisses.
Do these make you uncomfortable, or you just find them funny?
Probably right.
Okay, good. Because I was like, oh shit, is okay, cool.
No, I got worried too. I was like, oh.
They're spicy.
Guys, I live
But
on
I'm
the
pretty
internet.
sure if I see another man hitting me up on a dating site,
Thanks
for
I'm
being
just
a
going to
good
automatically
sport.
assume that they're
Go ahead,
gay.
Pixie.
Yeah, so I'll try to wrap it up. Basically, like, if I'm on a dating app and, like, looking to hook up with someone, I would never, like what I said before, like, someone who's a super hardcore Republican, I would not want to sleep with them. But they don't have necessarily an obligation to tell me their political orientation unless if I explicitly asked. So that would be kind of on me.
Holy
but
shit,
if I'm
what's
gonna
up,
start
Tink?
dating that person seriously, then it's like, oh, okay, like, yeah, we should talk about our values and be, like, open and transparent with each other. So that's my take.
What about you?
I agree as well, yeah.
With who? With her?
With both of them, yes.
Okay. What about
Yes.
any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think it should be disclosed for sure, if not like in their bio within the first few messages, I feel. Yeah.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Molly?
I agree. It's definitely something that should be disclosed very early on in the relationship. I was going to say put it in your bio, but then you mentioned safety, and I was like, oh, that's a really good point. So, like, obviously you can't tell someone what to tell them about or to tell you about themselves. But if you're dating someone, you kind of have, like, a moral obligation to
Be
your
honest.
most,
Yeah, it's
be
called
honest,
honesty.
be your most authentic self in front of them. And I think it's kind of deceitful not to tell them.
Hey, I agree
would
with
feel
her
like
for
my time
once.
was wasted if I showed up.
Finally, we agree on something.
And I think probably most trans women they disclose up front, most of them, although I haven't, when I was back on the dating apps, I did encounter, someone was actually quite, on Hinge, how you can have prompts and answer prompts. Someone seemed very very political in their answers, and I forgot exactly what, but they were trans, and they said it's nobody's business to know if they're trans, which I thought was interesting. But I do think it should be disclosed pretty much as soon as possible.
When you say encounter, it sounds like you're like Pokemon hunting and you found like a rare Pokemon or something in the wild. What about religion?
There's also
There's like a category.
you can put religion on there.
Do you think that people should you have to identify yourself as a Christian or a Jew or a Muslim or atheist?
No, I don't think you should have to, but I think it's certainly very different.
I think you should have to. I think all of
would
that should be
imagine,
disclosed
I
right out
think
the
somebody
get-go,
might feel
and it saves a lot of pain
a
and
little
wasted
bit
time.
more bamboozled if they turn up to a date and this person's actually a male, that as compared to someone omitting their religion.
Religious convictions are very personal. Like Charlie was saying,
Sure,
you
but-
probably would not date somebody who is not also an evangelical
Right,
Christian,
but it's
right?
a bit more of a bamboozle, I think. Like,
I think I remember when I was on dating sites before I met my wife, I made it a point to fill out my bio as thoroughly as possible and put everything on there, what I did for work, what my religion is, that I was a political activist. I put everything on there because all of these questions are going to get asked, and I don't like wasting time and energy. So if any of the answers to these questions are going to turn you off, I'd rather you know before we start talking. And I think everybody should do that, honestly. I think if you're trying to attract somebody that is okay with you, then tell everybody who you are and you know from the get-go. Otherwise, you're just trying to hook up. I was not trying to hook up. I was trying to find somebody that I could long-term date. So I wanted somebody who was compatible with me and who I was compatible with. I wanted somebody who was okay with who I was, so I told them as much about who I was as possible.
if it's so important to you that you go on a date with somebody who's your same religion, I think there is some burden on the person who really cares about that they should ask. And if the person omits it from their profile, I do think though,
Then why
it's a
can't
different
that be, like,
bamboozle. It's a
the
bit of a
social-
different bamboozle.
It's different, but like, is it different enough to warrant a different social protocol? Is all I'm asking.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
I think the
think
deal
so.
breaker should, or you communicating the deal breaker should lie on yourself, basically. If something's a deal breaker for you,
Yeah,
I
maybe
think
you
it's
should
your
have to put no
responsibility
trans
to say
people in
it.
your bio.
Honestly, you'd probably. I feel like
I've
on a
seen
lot
it.
of these dating apps, you might get banned if you. If you
I'm-
were to even
Yeah,
in the
'cause then
most
they say it's hate
diplomatic,
speech.
polite way,
Then
if you
you're
were
a
to
phobe
say
of
that,
some sort.
I do think you might get reported and banned.
Because even on this is Grindr, so this is like gay men or whatever. But there were men putting like no Chinese, no Asian people. That's why I made the comparison between race. I don't believe that they banned those, but it's a prevalent thing within bios to see that sometimes on those profiles. And
Yeah, but
there you go,
Grindr is a
you know?
very like hookup app.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Well, I think most of these apps are hookup apps, unless if you.
But hold on, you said the Chinese thing. Like when you say Chinese, do you mean like are all like specifically Chinese?
That's an example of what Grindr was seeing in their users, that people were saying specifically no Asian / no Chinese or like no Japanese. They were specifying specifically by ethnicity.
Because there's different kinds of Asian. You know, there's
Yes.
there's Thai,
Korean, there's Chinese,
Vietnamese, Laos.
No, yeah, well, these racist people to me were
Indonesia.
like going so far as to specify specifically
Malaysia.
which Asian ethnicity.
Mongolia.
You can keep going.
It's a beautiful.
South
story,
Korea.
yeah.
Racist,
So
it's a
many.
preference.
North Korean.
Well, that's why they did Asian,
Japan,
but
China.
then
Way to say
China.
Philippines.
Taiwan.
Can
As a rule, I do not.
Are you?
and
Filipino?
this is probably weird because this goes
Oh, there we
against
go. Okay,
99% of American men. Probably, but
$200.
I don't find Asian
Sophia,
women
It's
attractive.
been over a year
I
since
really
you
don't.
went
It's,
viral
they're
for
not.
failing
They
to
don't
answer
turn
this
me on.
question. Can you now name 10 books?
I don't find
The rest of
Asian.
Panel plus Charlie.
Did I say
name
Asian? I
3
meant Asian.
books. You
I
can
don't
repeat
like
an answer or
Asian
use a
women or
series.
usually Islander
you kinda
women.
went
Like I said, there's
a little bit
there's
viral.
A little bit.
exceptions to that rule,
Somebody
but
asked you
that's
to
not my preference.
Somebody.
Name 10 books.
Doesn't mean I'm
Yeah.
racist. It just means that
Name
that's
10 books
not.
for us, Sophia.
And
go
I
ahead.
wasn't able to name it.
That's
I
not what
still
turns me
can't name it.
on.
I'm not a big book fan. I don't like
Let's go.
reading.
Let's hear it.
I like
Let's-
podcasts. I like listening
Podcasts.
and I like a visual.
Sure.
You know.
I'm with you.
Maybe
Visuals way
kids'
better.
books. Goodnight Moon, The Hungry Little
You got-
Caterpillar.
whoa, whoa, don't help her, don't help her
I
out.
got some kids books. There's like Diary of a Wimpy Kid.
Oh,
Okay.
Wait, okay. Let's
Junie
let's
B.
do a
Jones,
count. Okay,
right?
so that's one.
Oh, we're actually doing 10.
No, there's
Yeah, you
like
gotta go
6
10. You
There's
gotta
6
do 10.
Diary of a Wimpy Kids. That
kids'
counts as
books,
6.
Something.
Literally the Bible.
You got this. You got this, Sophia.
Power.
Bible counts.
Power. Art
wait.
of Seduction. Isn't that a book? Art of Seduction. Yeah.
Robert Greene. Yep.
I'm gonna say
That's
what
3.
I said. Okay, is it valid what I said in the podcast? Have you guys?
I
seen
don't.
it?
Just repeat.
So
Like,
I said the Game of Thrones series, and I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna air myself
That's
out.
well, we can only one. That only counts as one. You can't do this.
All the Harry Potter
A
books.
Feast for Crows, Clash. What are they?
Fire and Ice or something.
Fire and Ice. Yeah.
A Song of Ice and Fire.
Song
You can
of Ice and Fire.
only one book from like a series.
Okay, that's fair. And then I said the Twilight
Feast for
series.
Crows.
Twilight.
Twilight. Okay, that's 5. What else? You went viral for the. You should
We're
be.
gonna be
You should
here.
be ready.
No. That's the thing. I had a choice. I was like, I was either gonna be ready or I was just gonna stay true to myself
Okay, 5 books.
and be
what else you got?
honest.
What else you got?
You already have 4.
Okay.
One more.
Think movies. A lot of movies are based on books.
Yeah.
That's true.
Why are you giving her? Stop giving her layups. Let her think.
Can I? Okay. How about let me brainstorm some.
Brainstorm.
You can get back to me maybe in like an hour or so.
Or required reading in school.
How about 3 more? Just 3 more, and then we'll move on.
3 more? You guys really want
3
me
more
to do 10
books.
While
3
you're
more books.
brainstorming,
Think
I'll
of-
just say that the average American has not read like more than a book in the last year or so. So don't feel too bad. That's an indictment of like everyone in this country.
To
not
be
just you.
fair, a lot of people came up to me saying like I can't name 10 books on Spot either. And a lot of people
Maybe it went viral because
Wait,
it's relatable.
can you name 10 rap artists?
Oh yeah.
Go, 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 go.
Easily. Lil Uzi, Cardi, Lucky. Man, there's so many. Okay,
Nicki.
Nicki. Wayne, Kanye,
Bass has
God, I'm on the spot right now. I hate being put on the spot. This is why I should stop doing podcasts.
Jay-Z.
Jay-Z.
Cardi B.
Cardi. Oh no, not
Does
this.
Cardi have beef with right now?
I threw Andrew Tate on there.
Yeah.
Autumn.
Okay, guys, I'm looking at the clock and I'm behind schedule.
Is that 10? Has that been 10?
Ben Shapiro.
I am
He
going
raps
to
now.
have to wrap this up. I got to get to getting my chores done before the office staff comes in. So I appreciate you guys. I've been on for over 4.5 hours, and you guys are still hanging out. That's very impressive. I appreciate it. I will try to get on some good lives this weekend. Try to get Lady A set up and get her on live. And in the meantime, like I like to say, be good to each other and Patreon on. I appreciate all you guys that are still here. And thanks for supporting me. Peace out.